The Ukrainian army is defending the Ukrainian culture. The Ukrainian culture supports the Ukrainian army. Music, literature, fashion, movies, advertisements, all creative industries work together to bring our common victory. They inspire, they finance, they support, they never give up. The Ukrainian culture is winning. The Ukrainian army will definitely win. Good morning, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all the viewers, all the guests of the Creative Ukraine event, which the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy is carrying out for the sixth straight year. The Creative Ukraine event is the biggest in Europe platform to discuss the state policy in the sphere of culture and creative industries. Every year, this event brings dozens of speakers from all over the world who represent the economy, finances, public administration, and NGOs who are involved to help shape the creative economy in Ukraine that is based on innovations, talents, and arts. The morning of February the 24th, 2022, changed the everyday lives of every Ukrainian when the Russians started the atrocious full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which is the war to destroy the Ukrainian identity, the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian culture. The enemy's missiles are destroying our monuments. The enemy's army terrorizes the civilians, including the artists. Only yesterday, we buried the children's writer Vladimir Vakulenko in Kharkiv. This war is 8 years of our right to define our future and to remain independent Ukraine. The armed forces of Ukraine will do everything to bring our victory closer, but all this time the representatives of the Ukrainian creative industries, men and women, have shaped their own fronts. Culture and creative industries are replicating the state-building narratives, laying the foundation for the future of the Ukrainian nation, for the development of its culture. The creative industries of Ukraine now face the important objectives to form the path towards revival after the war. Currently, the representatives of culture and creative industry require extended support from the country and donors, but despite their resilience, we should not forget about the fact that Creative Ukraine 2022 event outlines what's the role of creative industries in the liberation war of Ukraine. During the upcoming 2 years, we'll have panel discussions with subject matter experts. In our modules, we'll talk about the future of the Ukrainian culture, about the priorities in focusing the resources to support the Ukrainian culture and industrial and creative industries, focusing on its potential, creative artists. So, what will be the role of creative industries in post-war Ukraine and how it could promote overcoming the consequences of this war? This year, the event is supported by the British Council as part of the season of UK culture in Ukraine, together with the support of government reforms, the Ukrainian Fashion Week, Design for Ukraine, Library a Country, and SVYATOSLAV magazine, also Ukrainian Institute, Ukrainian Cultural Fund, Ukrainian Book Society, and Ukrainian Folk Arts. I would like to thank all the partners of the Creative Ukraine Forum. This year, it's worth stating that we will have both offline and online guests and you have an opportunity to listen to the speakers in two languages, Ukrainian and English. At the entrance to this hall, there are headsets, and you can select the language that is of your preference. And so please pick up your own headsets for simultaneous interpretation services, and online guests could also choose the language channel on the YouTube channel where we broadcast this event. Also, if there is any air raid alarm, we ask the guests who are in the reception hall to come inside the main hall, because it equals, according to first responders, as bomb shelter. But if you want to stay cautious, extra cautious, then there are doors left-hand side and right-hand side, and through a corridor you can go deeper into the proper bomb shelter with water bottles and chairs, but the forum will continue. By the way, if there is a blackout or you lose internet access, you can watch the recording of this event on Creative Ukraine YouTube channel, and you'll see the links on Facebook and Instagram. So Creative Ukraine, the Force of Resilience 2022, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Matti Maisikas, Your Excellency.
Welcome.
Can you hear me? It's working. I would like to welcome all of the participants. It's a great honor to speak to you.
Apart from all other things, it always imposes restrictions. It always makes some things even more clear than previously. Everything becomes black and white. You define yourself through opposition. You define yourself being everything different from your enemy. Ukraine is not Russia. Black is not white. And culture becomes a universal password here as well. The small word "palyanitsa" allows to distinguish us from them. And in this respect, culture, Ukrainian culture, distincts itself and is seen throughout the wide world as flourishing, as prosperous, as a culture on its own. With all its intensity and magnificence, the culture of resistance and resistance culture should not let us fall into the trap of simplification and suspicion towards the diverse and new. Culture can only be true to itself if it's allowed to be. This is, to my mind, one of the strengths of Ukraine, and it's amazing how Ukrainian culture keeps contributing to the whole country's, whole society's resilience. It helps Ukraine to become a better version, an even better version of itself. This forum is called Creative Ukraine, and creative Ukrainians are. They are extremely creative on the battlefield. You are extremely creative in выживание, and you are extremely creative in your culture. And this creativity will also be needed after the victory, when you need to rebuild with your partners' help, rebuild the infrastructure, towns, public and private spaces, not only by restoring what was destroyed, but also by reinventing everything. Creativity will allow Ukraine to make the necessary economic leap forward based on your amazing human capital, your amazing knowledge and talent. Cultural and creative ecosystems in Ukraine, like in every other sector, have sustained substantial damage. Last week in Brussels, the EU ministers of culture were horrified by the figures presented by Minister Alexander Tkachenko. 50% of cultural institutions are partially or fully closed. Over 1,000 buildings of cultural infrastructure are destroyed. Over 10% of culture professionals are either displaced or joined the armed forces. As you know, culture is very close to our hearts in the European Union. We take pride in our culture, and we have vast support programs to foster it for the benefit of all citizens. And the European Union is there for the Ukrainian culture. More than 1,000 Ukrainian artists, dozens of museums, cultural institutions, communities have been supported since the start of the war with more than €5 million, and there is more to come. We will assist to save your cultural heritage, to build your resilience, and we will continue to support your artists and culture professionals. We will continue our cooperation with the Ukrainian creative sector, and we will unite our efforts in rebuilding Ukraine. Thank you very much. Бажаю успіху цій конференції.
And I wish all the best to this conference. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, Your Excellency.
Perfect. Thank you. Зараз в мене є особлива місія.
And now I have the special mission to read the address to the participants of the 6th Creative Ukraine Forum from the President of Ukraine. Esteemed friends, I would like to welcome you with the opening of the 6th Forum of Creative Ukraine, a very important platform where you generate interesting ideas to create mechanisms of developing creative economy of our country. In the world that is fast changing, creative industries receive new dimension, and the untappable potential of the Ukrainian heritage, in addition with cutting-edge technologies and the talents and skills of the Ukrainians, bring new senses to this. We are convinced that the cultural policy of Ukraine should now be not only the engine, but also the tool for humanitarian, cultural, and social transformations of Ukraine, and an effective weapon in fighting with Russian aggression. I'm convinced that this forum will be the space for all the creative people to discuss original ideas, implement innovative projects, and thus develop the Ukrainian culture and economy, proactively integrating them to European and world space. I wish you intellectual dialogue, well-being, and health. Let's thank the armed forces of Ukraine, who are helping us not only to defend ourselves, but also to conduct the events like this. Together, we will definitely win. Glory to Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky. And now, in order to start the agenda of this forum, I give the floor to the Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, Mr. Alexander Tkachenko. Don't be shy to applaud. Good afternoon. there's a creative challenge to come up these stairs. All the esteemed keynote speakers should know this. When we were organizing this event, we were arguing whether it's worth conducting it in the time of war. But in principle, I believe that the ability to meet online, but also face-to-face, is something to be proud of, because it's an ability for all of us to come together and think how we should continue to live, survive, fight, and win. This picture, to a certain extent, reflects the world where we're living. This is the dress rehearsal of Odessa orchestra. As you can see, it's a blackout time, and these are the conditions under which we keep operating nowadays. But on the other hand, this war opens interesting opportunities for us, which unfortunately were unavailable before the invasion. On the left-hand side, you see the performance of Ukrainian opera together with Metropolitan and Warsaw operas. This was the project when they had to perform at the leading scenes in the world. So these are two colors under which these are two worlds where we live. And today and tomorrow we'll discuss how to bring those worlds together. What are the challenges and what are the opportunities? Because it's true, Miss Ambassador correctly mentioned that we are a creative nation, but on the other hand, this is the war for our identity, which means our values, and the identity is represented by culture. So the 8th year of war, the beginning of full-scale aggression on February the 24th, 2022. The world has been divided into the world before the war and after the war. Let's not forget how we lived before the invasion. Together with one of the organizers, we were swapping ideas, and I was claiming how tough it was to arrange Creative Ukraine Forum back in 2022 in the time of global pandemics. But still, let's look at the achievements. 4.2% GDP increase in 2022. There is e-support for culture, huge restoration project, 57 sites commissioned, and 100 were supposed to be commissioned this year. 360,000 employed in 2022. The trend was to increase this number because the creative industries generate the highest value added, and we can see that the inputs not only into the GDP but also the number of employees kept growing. There were different statistics in various sectors. Some had a slight drop, but the greatest increase was in IT, audiovisual, design, and visual sector. There was a substantial increase. These were the sectors that were generating income. From the standpoint of monetary figures, $11.7 billion generated, and this figure increased substantially in 2021, 16.7. The forecast for this year was even more optimistic, but how this invasion affected the creative industries? Well, unfortunately, the picture is not that bright. We lost more than $15 billion of budget revenues, an extremely huge number indeed. The increase in the drop of the declared income, 63.3% in creative industries. 53% of people declared that they employed fewer people, and 20% left the country and are staying abroad right now. But again, 20%, only 20% are abroad now. And I constantly tell to my partners abroad that if you want to support creative industries and develop collaborations or support the Ukrainian culture, support them here in Ukraine. For those people who stay in Ukraine, who keep working here, it's extremely important for us to retain all those talents and opportunities that we still have despite the war domestically. More than 1,000 sites of culture, and this figure includes the whole infrastructure, mostly libraries and clubs, as you understand, but still there is a huge number of sites of cultural heritage. They are also either ruined partially or completely, and the great challenge for us is what needs to be done, how to preserve those sites that were either destroyed or damaged, and our Western partners help us a lot with this. Unlike other spheres here, we have horizontal relations, site to site, sphere to sphere. So I would promote the use of those horizontal ties, because in the time of war, the help there reached dozens of millions of euros, and it kept coming in the form of products, generators, funds, and the opportunities to develop collaborations. What are the key challenges? Well, the drop in economic activity and the drop in production figures, brain drain and deprofessionalization because people have to find new jobs, inflation and resource crisis, and restricted ability for export potential. I hope that during those 2 days you will discuss export potential. We had discussions with lots of representatives from various creative industries about the opportunities that we have, and there are certain challenges, but there are definitely some opportunities as well. The creative front keeps being proactive domestically and abroad, increases the exports, but what's important, promotes Ukraine in the world. The example of Ukrainian Freedom Orchestra is a beautiful example of collaboration when it could be used in order to promote our own domestic products and shows worldwide. To counter disinformation, well, we all know that we are winning this info warfare and, of course, help the armed forces. What are the top priorities for us? Employment. It's important for us to keep the production going by involving funds from international organizations, their technical assistance through such institutions as UIC and UKF, and to increase the export capabilities by supporting new skills. Lots of online courses, and our Western partners are ready to support our proposal to arrange trainings. But still, during the time of war, what have been done by us? This is only part of what obviously we will be discussing in this forum. We conducted more than 650 cultural events in Europe and elsewhere in the world, more than 100 concerts, more than 100 international organizations refused to cooperate with the Russian Federation, but there are still some outstanding challenges here, and I ask to all of the Ukrainians who know how to correctly pronounce Polyanitsa not to forget that the cultural sanctions against the Russians is also the element of keeping their momentum in the war, because Russians use not only media but also culture as the spearhead on their missiles. They use it as a screen to hide what they do at this war in Ukraine, all the atrocities. Also, there were lots of exhibitions, Biennale, more than 4,600 hours of national marathon. We started the freedom broadcasting, also Books Without Borders, 500,000+ books in Ukrainian published, Ukrainian books in the libraries of more than 20 countries. More than 1 million books were handed out to kids. The national exhibitions have been represented quite powerfully in Frankfurt, Paris, London, Warsaw. What are the opportunities? These figures, Mr. Ambassador, 5 million. We are grateful for them, but you're right. This is an ongoing program. It's available. That's why at the meeting that we had in Brussels, we suggested a creative approach for your ministers of culture, namely to accumulate 1% of the culture budgets of EU member countries during the years 2023 through 2026 to support the Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian artists. Predominantly, those funds could be shared directly and via the Ukrainian Cultural Funds and the Ukrainian Carnegie Institute. There is some positive feedback to this proposal. That's why we believe that the establishment of Stabilization Fund is one of the examples. What the Goethe Institute did is one of the options how we can expect to receive the support from our Western partners. But that's not only funds coming in. It's not only the opportunity to support, but also to keep creating and finding new opportunities for collaboration. Kalush Orchestra became the winner of Eurovision. Unfortunately, we will not host Eurovision next year, but there will be quite a substantial segment of Ukrainian presence in Liverpool. This picture should be inspiring for all of us. We are convinced that everything will be culture, everything will be Ukraine, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Thank you, Mr. Minister. And now I would like to give the floor First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olena Zelensky, who will join us online. Welcome. Hello. Ms. Olena, pleasure to see you, and we have lots of people welcoming you here as well. It's my pleasure to see and talk to you as well. Ms. Olena, creative industries, the sphere of culture, is not something alien to you. It's obvious that in the time of war there were lots of challenges that you were facing. You were actively promoting, as part of the cultural diplomacy, our culture, and there are lots of activities that are happening to promote Ukrainian culture, starting from the books to museum projects. So, from February the 24th, what do you think? Has the attitude towards the Ukrainian culture changed, the attitude towards our creative industries? And if yes, in which manner? Thank you for asking this. Indeed, we all notice that the whole world is looking at Ukraine, unfortunately, because of the war raging here in Ukraine, but we should not miss this opportunity. And all the achievements that we have generated over those months, all this interest should be only supported and augmented, and as they say in English, grasp the moment. And it's a pleasure for me that during my individual, at my meetings, I feel from my interlocutors the increased interest towards the Ukrainian culture, and people all around the world start differentiating the Ukrainian culture from that of the Russian Federation, which we were confused for so long. And that's a positive outcome, and we definitely need to continue working on this. It's extremely important to demonstrate that the Ukrainian culture, the Ukrainian history, Ukrainian philosophy and literature is rich and vivid, and that we're proud of them. And I'm convinced that whatever we love, whatever we are proud of, one way or another, would be of interest to the outside world. Of course, we would not stop on this. And together with you, Mr. Alexander, we'll continue doing what we can to ensure that the interest in the Ukrainian culture should not be lost.
Right, so obviously in times of war, oftentimes it's the identity that opposing forces are fighting about. And yes, I would like to urge everyone to make the best of these opportunities. And what is your current priority, by the way? Ms. Zelenska. Well, yes, thank you for this question. I have a number of interesting projects in the pipeline that are of interest, not just to Ukrainians, but people outside as well. And one of these projects is the Ukrainian bookshelf. I mean, you mentioned it in your speech. That's something we devised before the full-scale invasion, and I'm really happy that we didn't put it on a back burner and instead, stepped up our efforts in terms of trying to implement this project. And now we have multiple Ukrainian bookshelves all over the world, in many countries of the world. So this project was designed to promote Ukrainian literature the world over. And in these bookshelves, you have classical works, you have modern works as well. And after the invasion, we started adding translated creations and books of our contemporary Ukrainian authors. And we have these bookshelves in Austria, Estonia, Latvia, Czechia, Slovakia, and Poland. And I personally participated in the opening ceremony in Germany and Poland as well, which was a great honor for me. And I'm sure, this is something that brings us closer to the people, to our readers, people who read Ukrainian literature in Europe, and I would really like this project to continue on. Books Without Borders is another book-related project that we embarked upon following the full-scale invasion, when we realized that most kids in other countries, Ukrainian kids displaced in other countries, just didn't have the chance to bring some Ukrainian books along. And so we figured that we needed to fix that. And so publishing houses all over Europe and Ukrainian as well are publishing Ukrainian children books and handing them out to these kids. Some 260,000 books have already been published under that program, under that project. So hopefully this project will continue on. Another project that we've been working on for a couple of years prior to invasion is Ukrainian audio guide project, available at most major museums all over the world. Currently, there are some 50 Ukrainian audio guides out there, and I'm sure this is a highly important project, because this is not just sort of bringing Ukrainian tourists closer to histories and cultures of other countries. It's not just for them. It is also for the outsiders to be able to see and hear Ukraine. Because, back in the past, as you entered Versailles Museum, you would see a list of languages available for audio guides, and for the most part those were English, French, Chinese, very often Russian, and almost never Ukrainian. And that's something we're trying to change, and are managing quite successfully. As I said, some 50 major museums all over the world currently have Ukrainian audio guides, along with other major languages of the world. Now, today, actually, I'd like to congratulate everyone on launching of yet another 51st audio guide in the Museum of Qatar. And this is not the last one, obviously. You have your Ukrainian audio guides in Versailles, in Barcelona, and a couple of Vienna museums, and a couple of castles and palaces, and Germany, and the Tower of London as well. So, like I always say, where there are Ukrainians, there needs to be Ukrainian language available. Well, thank you very much indeed, Ms. Olana. And we've been working with the ministers, my fellow ministers from France and Germany, on coming up with some sort of a project to keep translating Ukrainian books into these languages and vice versa. So now, what can we do to bring up the volume of the voice of our culture all over the world? Well, I mean, we are doing quite a bit already. I mean, you yourself just mentioned the significant numbers in terms of Ukrainian concerts and shows and expos currently held all over the world, and we should definitely keep up that pace. Now, what I think could be a good idea is to create a network of Ukrainian cultural centers all over Europe, Asia, and the rest of the world as well, because I'm sure that would become a very powerful tool to promote the presence of Ukrainian cultures within those societies, within those countries, and those could be used as a platform for various concerts and shows. If we manage to open a Ukrainian cultural center in Paris, I'm sure it would become a very powerful tool for Ukrainian cultural expansion, if you will. Thank you, Mrs. Olena, and personally on behalf of our entire audience, and thank you for staying so sharp and so focused and promoting the Ukrainian culture the way you do. Thank you very much for all your efforts. Thank you for attending. Thank you for inviting me. Pleasure is mine. Now, I'd just like to thank you, sir, Mr. Minister, Alexander, Mrs. Olena, thank you as well. And just take a few moments of your time to remind you about the current state of affairs in the Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian cultural front lines, as we call it. So let's watch this video.
Do you know Ukraine by these pictures? But Ukraine is also this picture. And this picture. And this one. And this. And this. Ukraine is Kazimir Malevich. Ukraine is Pinzel. Ukraine is realism. Futurism. Expressionism. Ukraine in the MoMA. Ukraine in the Tate. Ukraine in the Guggenheim. Ukraine is in this photo. Not Madonna, just the hat. Ukraine at Sundance.
Make love, make art, not war.
Ukraine is not only this sound. Ukraine is also this sound. That's right, this is a Ukrainian song. This is Ukrainian culture. This is what Russia has been destroying and appropriating for hundreds of years. This is our identity. And this is what we are fighting for right now.
Дякуємо. Мені дуже хочеться, щоб
Well, thank you very much indeed, and I really wish that the sounds of arid sirens would become a thing of the past. Now, just to wrap up this block, Mr. Minister, a lot of people have been saying, look, we don't have lights, we don't have power, don't have anything to eat, no anywhere to live. So how can you still make an argument that culture is nevertheless highly important? Usually when people say something like this, they also sing some inspiring songs like Червона Калина or some Kalush's tracks. So, throughout history, culture has always been a sort of a shoulder you can lean on and rely on in times of war, in times of hardship. Thank you very much indeed for that, Mr. Minister. Please take your seat. And you just mentioned how songs can really inspire us in times of hardship, in dire straits. And we actually have a little surprise for all of our guests. And we're going to hear some extremely inspiring songs. And the songs we heard from day one of this invasion, songs we heard in the most afflicted of places along all the front lines. Songs by famous Stanislav VAKARCHUK. Stanislav, the stage is yours. Right. Well, thank you. We had a chance to talk to you a couple of days back, and I mean, we've been talking about the future, and Stanislav, I mean, he's like one of those people who can really look deep into the future, you know, and make these prophecies and make those prophecies come true. And to which he replied, look, I've already done a lot of that stuff. I have a bunch of songs that are quite prophetic. Yes, Marichka, thank you very much indeed. You know, me and Marichka, we met yesterday at the Volunteers Forum. I was joining online, and you know, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here in such a nice place and be here in person. There's no one outside. There's no comms. There's no power. But in my heart, as in hearts of everyone else, I'm sure, you know, there's optimism and quite a lot of it, and the victory is ours. Have no doubt. We deserve that victory, and it's coming closer every day. You know, Ukrainian spirit, Ukrainian resistance has made sure of that, but Ukrainian creativity did the same. So anyway, thank you for this invitation. I was quite surprised that I actually had to do a little gig for you. You know, they told me that I was to perform an inspiring song just once. Here I am sitting thinking, what kind of song should I do? But anyway, jokes aside. Some people say it was Churchill who said it. Some others said it wasn't him, somebody else. Anyway, somebody said when he was asked that he should reduce funding for culture during the war, to which he responded, well, what are we fighting for then? And just think about it. I think it's a profound statement, because I think we're finally able to understand that culture is all important. You know, our national identity is something that makes our enemy so mad, because he wants to destroy our identity. He wants to destroy our nation. He's always been like that and has always failed. And I think what happens now is just an attempt at physical destruction, you know, to put it mildly. But just as he failed in the past, he will continue to fail. All of us together, all of us Ukrainians and our glorious armed forces of Ukraine will make sure of that. And hopefully our children will only have to learn about war from history books and will never have to experience the sound of sirens for themselves and experience the church bells. And I'm actually have a song for you. I wrote it some time ago, and I think it kind of feels that it resonates with what's going on right now and what the people are feeling.
Коли настане день, закінчиться війна, там загубив себе, побачив аж до дна. прийде нехай. І от моя душа складає зброю вниз. Невже таки вона так хоче теплих сліз? Обійми мене, обійми мене, обійми так лагідно і не пускай. Обійми мене, обійми мене, обійми. Твоя весна прийде нехай. Дякую велике.
Thank you very much indeed.
Дякуємо.
Thank you. I mean, I thought it was it, but then I actually had this idea. You know, I was thinking about Creative Ukraine as I was singing, so I decided to do another song. I mean, we have people joining from other countries. I'm sure they will love it. It's not my song. I mean, you'd be surprised, right? It's not the one that I wrote, but it is the one that speaks about Ukraine, you know, it speaks about Ukraine to me. You know, and when this hot phase started, but I mean, the war has been going on for 8 years, but anyway, we like to call this hot phase, this invasion, a hot phase, you know, this war. So, and when it came, I all of a sudden realized that there's a song that I really like, a song about love, and it spoke to me about Ukraine, because this is a love song to Ukraine, you know, and we filmed a creative video clip for it, and it became quite viral all over the media. So yeah, so let me do this song for you, dedicated to our beautiful Ukraine.
you see. You're everything I hope for. You're everything I need. You are so beautiful. To me, such joy and happiness you bring, such joy and happiness. You bring like a dream. Your guiding light that shines in the night. Your heaven's gift to me. You are so beautiful. Love a to me. You are so beautiful. To me.
Святослав Вакарчук.
SVYATOSLAV, VAKARCHUK, Slava, thank you very much indeed. Slava, can you just come over here, please? Don't you leave just yet, please. Let's give him a round of applause. Have him back. I was trying to avoid my fate. Yeah, look, come over here. I have a microphone for you. So, I mean, you've been to, all the flashpoints in Ukraine, and you've done a ton of gigs as a cultural diplomat all over the world. But during these shows, what was some of the emotions you felt? First of all, just a quick note. I'm starting seeing more and more people who had no prior relationship or interest in Ukraine. Not just Ukrainians, but just people who were pretty much disinterested previously, but aren't anymore. So, in Paris, in the Zenith ballroom, we had this show, and about a half of the audience were French, who were there to, first of all, support Ukraine, because as they knew that all proceeds from the show would go to help Ukraine anyway, so they decided to pinch in, basically. And and then there was this other reason that they came, because now they're interested in Ukraine. They attend shows, attend expos, attend museums, which I like to do as well anytime I get a chance, when I'm traveling. So so a lot of these museums are signing Ukrainian artists instead of the artists from a place I'm not going to name. And you asked about my emotions. Well, the emotion is this. It feels the Europeans, the whole world, is very supportive, and I'm sure a lot of people feel that the support could be bigger, at least militarily speaking. But this cultural, this humane support is very inspiring, and it's not a politician speaking right now. It's just me, a person, just observing and relaying my impressions. Slava, thank you very much. Together to the victory. Glory to Ukraine. Right, friends. So we're about to continue with our module 1, which is called Culture Development Partners. And I would like to first of all, invite Minister Alexander Tkachenko back to the stage as he's going to moderate this panel. And joining us, we're going to have Mr. Piotr Gliński, who is the Minister of Culture and National Heritage of Poland, and Minister of Culture of Lithuania, Simonas Karas, and Director of the British Council in Ukraine, Nicholas Thomas. Now, and we will also be joined by Maria Gabriel, who's a cultural researcher. And, she has actually sent us a video. Okay, anyway, so Alexander, over to you. I mean, I never left the stage, Marichka, did I? I was just standing there. So, you know, I saw VAKARCHUK for the first time in, you know, on our way to Vinnytsia back in March, and that was great. So let's hand it over to Maria Gabriel, and let's play her address first before we kick off the panel.
Dear Pedro, dear Simonas, dear Nicholas, nice to see you and hear. Do you hear me? Piotr?
Yes, we hear.
Yes, you hear me. Great. Thank you, first of all, for attending Creative Ukraine Forum. It's important for us to keep in touch despite the war and speak about challenges for creative industries, for culture. But I think for our audience it will be interesting to hear not only the question what type of collaborations and support we can achieve together with you, but what are the challenges for culture and creative industries in your countries right now? Piotr?
I should start now because I feel that Maria Gabriel should speak. Okay.
We think she will start later.
So, dear Alexander, dear participants, thanks you for inviting me to the 6th Annual International Forum Creative Ukraine. I'm convinced and strongly believe that this forum will be an occasion to discuss the perspective of our further cooperation and algorithm mechanisms of support for culture in times of the war. I'm touched by the latest information coming from Ukraine. It is with deep concern that we observe the deteriorating situation in this country day by day, and we are shocked by the almost unbelievable news of the barbaric missile attacks launched by the Russian Federation. At the same time, we do not lose faith in the strength of Ukraine's spirit. I would like to emphasize that Poland since February 24 has been providing and will not cease to provide Ukraine with multi-dimensional assistance. Since the beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, more than 8 million people have crossed the Polish-Ukrainian border. More than 2 million Ukrainians remain in Poland. Poland is providing Ukraine with in-kind support such as food, medical supplies, as well as logistics, IT and military assistance. Poland has spent over 1,170 million euros on refugee aid for maintenance, medical care and other basic social benefits. The value of Polish military aid is estimated at over 2 billion euros. On the day preceding the outburst of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Polish Ministry of Culture and National Heritage established a special task force to monitor threats to Ukrainian culture and heritage. The ministry remains ongoing, direct, connected contact with Polish and Ukrainian cultural institutions and ensures coordination of aid for Ukraine. The Polish Support Center for Culture in Ukraine is the operational core of the team for the Polish assistance to Ukraine in the field of culture. The center coordinates domestic and foreign initiatives set up to save Ukraine's cultural resources. cooperates with national cultural institutions, museums, state archives, and libraries, including the National Institute for Polish Culture, Cultural Heritage Abroad, Poland, and some other institutions. Our center already has over 100 Ukrainian cultural institutions. So far, thousands of materials have been dispatched to Ukraine to secure archival material, monuments, and exhibitions. The support center for culture in Ukraine provided over 800 pallets in kind aid to Ukraine Union cultural institutions comprising power generation, generators, fire extinguishers, handbags, fire blankets, materials for securing facilities, and many other necessary items requested by the Ukrainian side. The Polynica Institute secured over 200 historic monuments and scanned several dozen historical buildings in Ukraine, including wooden churches inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Many national cultural institutions in Poland are involved in helping Ukraine by organizing artistic residence. Institutions offer Ukrainian artists safe places for creative work, exhibiting galleries, libraries, and other facilities to recover support vision in cooperation with the artistic environment. They are also provided with accommodation both for artists and their families. Institution provides assistance in administrative and basic medical matters. The Polish government supports the process of digitizing the cultural heritage objects in Ukraine and creating a digital platform for the archiving, preservation, development, and dissemination. We have also launched a project to catalog losses on architectural monuments and archaeological sites. The Rafał Center for Documenting Russian Crimes in Ukraine, named after Rafał Lemkin, Polish lawyer who coined the term genocide, was established in Warsaw together and elaborated evidence of Russian war crimes. However, the main theme of today's forum is creative industry, their role in social life, also even under siege. So I would like to share with you some thoughts on this topic. Culture is a major driving force of a society's creativity. Hence, in my opinion, it is crucial to facilitate the access to cultural heritage as an important element of common identity and a valuable creative resource. First, by making collections available through digital technologies and then carrying out the digitalization of the entire national cultural heritage. We have to remember that it is culture which creates identity, and identity based on culture and national heritage is probably the main weapon in this world today. This is the main factor which defends Ukraine, defends Europe, and defends our civilization against evil nowadays. When the troops of the Russian Federation entered the territory of Ukraine on February 24, and tens of Ukrainian creative and cultural sectors found themselves in a conflicting situation, all of a sudden, many of them were forced to stop their creative activities and save their health and life. Numerous actively joined the armed defense of their homeland. In this situation, representatives of the Polish video game production sector showed their solidarity. A number of Untitled joined the swiftly organized campaign initiated by the Polish game development company, 11B Studios. They came up with the idea to transfer the income from the sale of the games to Ukraine. The most important actors of the Polish game developer joined the initiative, and many other companies of the sector from all around the world followed suit. The community of game developers, apart from financial support, launched other initiatives supporting both Ukraine in general and representatives of Ukrainian creative sectors in particular. They introduced internship programs and facilitated the search for employment by people forced to leave the country. Game distribution platforms refused to sell Russian products, and the gamer community fought against misinformation by sending true news about the war to Russian players. Another initiative I want to mention here is the United with Ukraine Game Jam, a competition organized by the Polish Center for the Development of Creative Industry. And it is worth emphasizing that the role of video games in reaching diverse and in large part young audiences cannot be overestimated. And such was the idea behind this event, to get the attention to the community, make its members aware of the situation in Ukraine and get them involved. This was the largest game jam in Poland since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. Nearly 400 participants from 22 countries playing video games during 48 hours at a clear sign of solidarity of the video game community with the fighting Ukraine. At every stage of game development, participants could benefit from help of professional mentors. The event was conducted in a hybrid form and jury awarded the games referring to the Ukrainian cultural heritage. Finally, I would like to assure you that we, the Polish government and the Polish people, are trying to meet the most urgent needs of Ukraine at the moment. Actions and initiatives undertaken by Poland to support the Ukrainian nation have no precedent in world history. I do assure you that we will continue our activities and support for Ukraine in the future. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Peter, and I would like to pass the word to Simonas Kairis. Both Peter and Simonas were 2 times in Ukraine during the period of war, and we're in constant touch, and thank you very much for supporting Ukraine and Ukrainian culture. Simonas, floor is yours.
Thank you for giving me a word, and nice to see you here, dear Alexander, dear Piotr, dear all colleagues, dear all participants, and once again, thank you for inviting me to participate in this forum and to share our thoughts. I'm glad that Ukraine sees Lithuania as a partner in the development of its culture and creative industries. Since the beginning of this brutal war, the cultural cooperation between Ukraine and Lithuania has got a new breathing. It has become even more closer, more intense, inspiring new projects and paving the way of meaningful future cooperation. Russia's aggression, its barbaric war against Ukraine, and its aims of silencing Ukraine's voice in Europe and the world achieve opposite goals. Ukraine's voice, Ukraine's culture, just as in different periods of history, is showing its resilience, its richness, its identity, and such a strong civil society mobilization and voice. We all know that culture plays a key role in this war. Russia named the main goal of this war. It is destruction of Ukrainian culture, history, and identity. It is important, therefore, to support the diversity of Ukrainian culture and its identity. And every exhibition, performance, concert, play everywhere in the world is like an act of protest, living testimony that Ukraine is undefeated, strong, and will win its right to live in peace. We shall continue to support culture and creativity of Ukraine, and especially inside Ukraine's territory. We have done a lot and still doing to support the refugees, for culture and the art people to have the possibility to create far from home, but our common goal is strong Ukraine, strong culture in Ukraine. It is important to hear what Ukraine is asking for and to focus on helping culture sector, taking into account every request to help to survive this winter here and now. We also express our support to the creation of a common European fund to support Ukraine's culture sector at European Union level, and we look forward to the European Commission leadership in mobilizing countries, enabling and encouraging the support provided. Our Lithuanian government has set up a fund of the restoration of Ukraine. We are working on 4 pilot projects, and in the next stage we will include Ukrainian culture sites as well. Dedicated humanitarian aid is intended to ensure the security and heating of cultural institutions. There are so many examples of the projects dedicated to Ukrainian culture, as well as joint projects that already implemented and also planning to be implemented. The Lithuanian Opera and Ballet Theatre hosted Kharkiv National Opera and Ballet Theatre group of 300 people for 1 month. International Contemporary Art Fair Art Vilnius 2022 focused on Ukrainian contemporary art, and 5th Ukrainian Contemporary Art Triennale, Ukraine Unmuted, was taking place in Kaunas, European Capital of Culture this year. Kaunas also launched Culture EU space for Ukrainian artists and culture professionals. One of the main topics in the upcoming Vilnius Book Fair in 2023 will be Ukrainian literature and many others. Ukrainian-themed culture projects traveled across Europe and United States. Exhibitions, concerts, workshops, discussions, publications of articles by Lithuanian intellectuals, screening of films. For example, documentaries Mariupol and Mariupol 2, made by Mantas Kvedaravičius, were screened in dedicated events in Italy, UK, Poland, France, Denmark, and Ukraine. Film The Land as Blue as Orange by Irina Tsilik in Italy, USA, UK, and France. It is very important to think now about the future, Ukraine's prospect of joining the European Union, and to take advantage of the funding mechanisms and tools that are already available: the Creative Europe program, the training program for cultural heritage professionals, the idea of the new European Bauhaus, which must and can be directed towards the sustainable reconstruction of Ukraine. Lithuanian architects and other representatives of culture and creative sector are ready and willing to contribute to the sustainable, inclusive, aesthetic, and accessible reconstruction of Ukraine. Already today, the Lithuanian Architects Union, together with its partners in Ukraine, have prepared a joint project for the Creative Europe program. It is important that the reconstruction of Ukraine is aligned with the principles of the newly created Alliance Davos Baukultur. Lithuania will provide full support to Ukraine on its European way and is ready to help Ukraine to have a European capital of culture city, and will support Ukraine in the elections for the UNESCO Cultural Heritage Committee by UNESCO. For the development of CCI sector, it is very important to see the context of the newest technology trends. NFTs, virtual, augmented reality, or artificial intelligence opens new opportunities for creators, for creative expression, spreading internationalization, and the monetization of the creativity. The CCI sector is undergoing an intense digital transformation. Ukraine and Lithuania can work together, share best practices and knowledge to prepare for possible future scenarios, as it has no national boundaries or any boundaries. And finally, let's make this war not only a matter of survival. Let's open together a new way of acting, find new opportunities together with Ukraine. And it is a very little to do in compare what Ukrainians are doing every day, defending our freedom and our values. And I believe that what we are now witnessing in Ukraine is the last convulsions of evil and brutality unsuccessfully performed by Russia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Simonas. And I would like to pass the floor to Nicholas, you are definitely know the needs of Ukrainian creative sectors and culture sphere working closely within British Council. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here and a real honour. The British Council has been in Ukraine now for more than 30 years, really from just a few months after independence. And we've worked with the creative and the cultural sector throughout that period. We really stepped up our work after 2014, after the Revolution of Dignity, and worked with all sorts of new cultural actors, with new and reformed institutions, and have been able to see in that period how Ukrainian culture has really blossomed and its vibrancy. Since February 24th, see, with the barbaric war that has been launched against Ukraine, as we all know, this is a war not just against territory, this is also a war against identity and therefore culture. We've again stepped up our activity and are thinking very much in terms of both short-term, what we can do immediately in response to the war, but also looking ahead long-term to recovery and reconstruction and to the many opportunities that we think exist for UK-Ukraine cultural partnership. The mainstay of our work since February 24th has been the UK-Ukraine Season of Culture. This was planned, in fact, for several years in advance and was intended to be a festival both in the UK and in Ukraine to celebrate 30 years of diplomatic ties. Of course, February 24th changed really everything about that in terms of what we could deliver. But we felt it was extremely important to go ahead, and in fact even more important to go ahead than ever, given the invasion. We've done this in partnership with the Ukrainian Institute, who've been absolutely fantastic, and really proud to be working with them on the season. So what happened with the season was essentially the majority of the activity shifted from what had been planned in Ukraine to take place in the UK. And what we found very quickly, and others have already mentioned this, is the huge interest in the UK suddenly in Ukrainian culture and a huge appetite to build new connections and to build new relations with Ukraine. So the title of the cultural season is Future Reimagined, and again that title it predated February 24th. It was originally all about the world emerging from COVID and how the UK and Ukraine could work together in the cultural sphere on some of the challenges that were emerging that had come out of COVID. But it took on a new resonance with the full-scale invasion. Some of the themes of the season have involved independent critical discourse, plurality, freedom of expression, the importance of an independent cultural sector, and all of these as the hallmark of a free society. The second theme is around really treating Ukraine on its own terms, not through a Russia lens, not through a Soviet lens, and then with a strong focus there on decolonization approaches. Cultural heritage, of course, is also central to all of these, and then, of course, showcasing the vitality, the ingenuity, the creativity of the Ukrainian art sector. And then all of this is not just about showcasing culture; it's also about building new partnerships, identifying new ways of working together, identifying possibilities for support that are all part of the season. So the launch took place this June, at the Sheffield DocFest in collaboration with DocuDays, UA Festival, with a whole series of Ukrainian filmmakers and film sector professionals. Some of the other highlights have been, and there have been lots and lots, too many activities to list here, but some of them have been the Ukraine focus at the Cultural Leadership Dialogue on the first day of the Edinburgh International Culture Summit in late August at the Scottish Parliament. a fantastic digital artwork, Bits Destroyed, that projected images of 56 monumental mosaics over 4 nights at the old Royal Naval College in the Greenwich and Docklands International Festival. We also had the Bouquet Kiev Stage Festival, had a UK edition in Oxford in late September with Ukrainian contemporary and sacred music, where we also had Valentin Silvestrov, who was there in person for his 85th birthday. We've had a special Ukraine Day curated by the Kiev Book Arsenal at Cheltenham Literature Festival. And then most recently, we've had at the Huddersfield Contemporary Music Festival a fantastic performance by multimedia opera Chernobyldorf by Opera Aperta that had absolutely fantastic reviews in the UK media, and will hopefully have an opportunity to perform again in the UK, we hope. So that's just some of the highlights, and many more. The season will continue to run until spring 2023, and we're now working with partners, with the Ukrainian Institute and with others, on a legacy programme that will build on the many new connections that have been created between the UK and Ukraine, and how we can take those forward over the next year and beyond. We also have an important focus on the creative industries, and we've had that now for many years. We've continued, again, since February 24th, we've continued to support creative industries in Ukraine with some quite specific interventions. So one is around training policymakers in creative industries. And this year we've run online learning together with Oxford Culture Associates, and have had 32 alumni from Ukraine with a wide range of backgrounds, from academics who are working with the creative industries and creative industry education in the higher education sector, through to MPs. So a really diverse participation. We've also provided policy development grants, and have so far provided support for 2 pieces of research. The first was around enterprise education for creative industries in Ukraine, and there was a report, an analytical report prepared by the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy and the Centre of Economic Recovery and the UK-based company Counterculture, that was presented in the summer. And we have a current project that's focused on intellectual property rights for creators in digital space. And that's, again, a collaboration with the Ministry and with the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, and again, Counterculture. And we're hoping to present the results of that in spring 2023. We've also presented a Ukrainian translation of a toolkit for leaders of creative hubs. And this builds on work that we've done together with Nesta and Hivos in Ukraine over many years. And hubs, of course, play a critical role in developing creative industries on the ground around the country at grassroots level. And as we've seen since February 24th, many of them have pivoted to focus on humanitarian work and other forms of response. So we see this also as very important, and hope that the toolkit will be really useful for the hubs that are now able to access it. We've worked over the last 3 years with around 75 hubs, so there's a lot of experience built into that. Most recently, just last week, we hosted a regional international policy forum for creative industries in Istanbul, and had a fantastic representation there from the Ministry of Culture, again, talking about the challenges and the opportunities also in Ukraine since the war began. We hope very much that this is a forum that we can take to Ukraine and host in Ukraine once after victory. And I should also mention that a couple of flagship programs that we've run for a number of years will come to an end this year, and we're looking at ways of potentially taking those forward in slightly different ways. One is Creative Enterprise Ukraine, and the other one is Creative Spark. And these have been important programs, we think, in building capacity of creatives, as well as through Creative Spark, students and staff of universities in the sector. So focusing on the education component of the creative economy. I should also mention, but this is a relatively a smaller part of our portfolio, but through the DCMS, Department of Culture, Media, Sport, funded Cultural Protection Fund, we were able to divert some emergency resources to Ukraine very quickly after the war to provide emergency support for cultural protection across the country. So thank you very much again. It's a real honor to be here, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Nicholas, for your constant work together with Ukrainians. And I would like to ask to broadcast an appeal of Commissioner of European Union, Maria Gabriel. This is a person who agreed to coordinate assistance of European Union countries to Ukraine in cultural sphere and creative industry sphere. Please.
Dear President, dear Ministers, Your Excellencies, dear professionals, dear friends, it is a great pleasure for me and an honor to share a message at the 6th Annual International Forum Creative Ukraine. This platform is the largest in Eastern Europe, aimed at discussing the public policy features in cultural spheres and creative industries. The theme of this year's edition, the power of resilience, comes at a timely moment to determine the most effective ways to keep alive and reconstruct an economy based on innovation, talent and creativity. I would like to thank and congratulate the organizers for their extraordinary efforts to make this year's event possible in face of the shocking current situation in Ukraine. In light of Russia's brutal invasion, it is more important than ever to reflect on the power of culture and its contribution to resistance at the front and in recovery. Since the 24th of February of this year, we have put concrete measures in place to that effect, and allow me now to outline 3 of them. First, immediately after the war broke out, I have acted to provide flexibility, facilitating the participation of Ukrainian cultural organizations in the European Creative Europe program. I'm very happy to share with you that as of next year, Creative Europe will offer €5 million in support to small-scale projects, helping artists and cultural organizations to create and display Ukrainian art across Europe. This will also provide opportunities to integrate Ukrainian refugees through culture and to enhance skills in cultural management, to heal and to prepare future at the same time. Second, on top of this, I recently launched the Culture Moves Europe scheme to finance mobility and residencies for artists and cultural professionals. It is open to the people of Ukraine, whether they decided to stay in or to leave Ukraine temporarily. And third, next year, we'll initiate a new action under the European Work Plan for Culture, which will be entirely dedicated to preserving Ukrainian cultural heritage and to empowering Ukraine's cultural and creative sectors. The 3 examples I just gave you are a testament to the Europeans' unfaltering support for Ukraine and to our commitment to the cultural cooperation between our communities. We'll continue to work with you to protect Ukraine's cultural heritage. We'll continue to provide capacity building, technical and material support to your cultural and creative sectors. And this, of course, also includes contributing to the post-war recovery once the time has come. I look forward to exploring how we can deepen our cultural cooperation in the years to come. To quote the words of your First Lady, Olena Zelenska, "The sun is visible through the smoke of shelling. Everything will be spring, everything will be victory, everything will be Ukraine. Slava Ukraini."
Simona, thank you, Nicholas. We very much appreciate your participation in the forum, and I would like to ask you about Probably one short question and short answer. We hear how you support in Ukraine, but it will be interesting to hear from your side, what are the challenges for European Union, for Poland, for Lithuania, for Britain, in creative spheres and culture right now? Because we are focused on the war in Ukraine, but it is interesting also if you can share some views about challenges you are facing in your country, so our audience will be aware that you continue to work. Peter? В цей момент я не знаю, кому сказати.
Just one of those moments, you know.
We don't hear you, unfortunately. Now, yes.
It's better?
Yeah, better.
I think that there are some general challenges which are caused by the economic crisis, inflation or Putin inflation. I mean that what was caused by war and was made our budgets difficult. And these are the main problems nowadays that we have, for example, in Poland. We have to be focused on our defending needs because the situation is very, very serious. And despite the situation, despite the crisis, we're trying to develop and support our creative industries. We established a new institution responsible for development of creative industries. But the main problem from my perspective is our concern stemming from the economic situation, economic crisis. And we need, as I said, to finance our priorities in defense sector, for example, because first of all, we have to defend our country, like you have to defend Ukraine. And the second problem is, and the second challenge is probably, in my opinion, to change the approach of European Union to the main priorities in culture. And for example, we do expect that not only flexibility, not only some support in the future, but we need some concrete decision concerning the funds for culture in Ukraine. And we also need some decisions concerning the very high cost of operating of our cultural institutions in Europe, where the prices for energy are rising, the culture is in danger, and the European Union should make some steps forward and should try to solve these difficulties, which are extraordinary, which are really a huge problem for the culture in Europe and also in Poland. Thanks.
Thank you, Piotr. Simonas, please. Simonas?
problems coming from pandemic, all the restrictions of a few quarantines. Then, of course, this crisis of prices of all energetical resources, and we just have to find tools how effectively help them to survive, because this sector is very, very low on the ground, very realistic, very close, very sensitive to reality, because we are speaking about private sector, about private persons, and it's better to make them to be and to act independent financially also, in compare just to have them on our, for example, social security system. So I think if we are thinking about such things and we see the future when the creativity as a feature will be crucial. So it's very in compare all these things with the education system. We have another things, for example, happening on internet, NFT, RTech. There are many opportunities. So in one hand, we just have to manage all the problematic coming from the pandemic and the war and energetical prices. In the other, just to put people and the sector to be in the right time of the processes, global processes, what is happening all over the world. And such countries, for example, smaller countries as Lithuania, we, for example, maybe don't have some other things, but we can focus on the things what are very fast growing, and just to be step in the situation. And of course, with the help of European Union, we had the React-EU Foundation program and gave almost 16 million euros for the CCI sector. Now we are working to launch next year our planned program, normally planned program, more than 30 million euros. So these donations are very important. That sector can grow, and the effect is very clear. We are speaking about personalities who must be independent and just to live in this contemporary world without any bigger problematic.
Thank you, Simonas. Nicholas, Britain is no longer with European Union. You should care about yourself. What are the challenges in Britain right now?
I think they're quite similar in lots of ways. The first challenge at the moment, without a doubt, is funding. So a lot of creative enterprises or arts organizations have just come out of several years of COVID and all the restrictions that we all know about. And theatres have come through this period without audiences at certain critical moments, face-to-face audiences. So on the back of that, they now face an increase in the cost of capital, a decrease in the availability of public funds. So I think funding is the number one challenge, and it's about sustaining critical institutions through this period so that they're still there when we all hope the good times come back before too long. So I think that's the number one challenge. I think a second challenge would be, again, related to COVID, or perhaps accelerated by COVID, but it's around technological change and how particularly arts organizations, for example, interact with audiences, and how audience preferences have changed. So, we've seen this across so many different sectors where face-to-face interaction or transactions have now moved online. And that, on the one hand, is a fantastic opportunity, but of course, it's also a huge challenge and requires all sorts of innovation for organizations to survive. So I guess it's a period of flux, it's a period of change. So that's a challenge as well as an opportunity. And I think sitting behind all of that, of course, is skills. That how do you ensure that you have a workforce that is able to respond to these new challenges and respond to these new opportunities. And I think that's not a new challenge, but it's a constantly moving target. That we're educating people today for jobs in 3, 4, 5 years' time, and what are the skills they're going to need at that point? How do we anticipate that, and how do we as much as possible future-proof the education system to ensure that we've got the right people coming on stream? So I think that's I'd probably say those 3 challenges: so funding, sort of technological change, and skills.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, and thank you once again, dear Piotr, Simonas, Nicholas, and I would like audience to applaud to our guests for their participation in the forum. Thank you very much. And hope to see you soon. Bye. Thank you.
Дуже дякуємо. Нагадаю, що це була наша...
Well, thank you very much indeed. That was our module number 1, Culture Development Partners of Ukraine. And our schedule for today is pretty intensive. And this is a 6th Creative Ukraine Forum this time around. However, it is being held under very specific circumstances. And we're getting ready to proceed with our module 2, just waiting for our panelists to join us here up in the stage. And just a quick reminder to those members of the audience joining us online via Zoom or YouTube, you have opportunity to ask questions, and also make sure to use simultaneous translation headsets if you need them. I actually asked that question about the challenges that our colleagues have in their own countries, because, we are really focused, so it's almost a bit of a tunnel vision that this war is all about. But we have to realize that there is much more than just this war, and there are other things of concern elsewhere around the world, and I was just listening to the colleagues from Poland, from Lithuania, and obviously their financial situation, how comparable is it with what we have? Well, you see, Piotr Gliński, he is a vice prime minister and a very respectable politician, and then Kaunas became a cultural capital of Europe. So, which just goes to show that the current state of affairs and culture in those countries these institutions enjoy a very solid standing, and not just financially speaking, not just in terms of the budget money that they've got, but in terms of the respect they have and attention they get. Right. So obviously their collaboration with other ministries is really important as well. But the importance of culture has never been an issue, a question in those countries such as Poland, Germany, or Lithuania. Now, obviously, Ukrainian budget in 2023 is all military focused, but can we get an idea of how much Ukrainian culture will get next year? Well, it's probably going to be about 10% less year-on-year basis. Now, our budget deficit is $38 billion, and we're still alive and kicking. That just tells you that we are managing quite okay, and we'll continue to do so. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Minister, please take your seat. And while we're waiting for the next group of panelists, let's watch some videos. Just as a reminder for us of the reason for us being here. Ukrainian army defends Ukrainian culture. Ukrainian culture supports the Ukrainian army. Music, literature, fashion, cinema, commercials. All these different creative industries work together to bring that victory closer. They inspire, they fund, they help, and they never give up. The Ukrainian culture is a winning culture. The Ukrainian army will win, is a winning army.
Do you know Ukraine by these pictures? But Ukraine is also this picture. And this picture. And this one. And this. And this. Ukraine is Kazimir Malevich. Ukraine is Pinzel. Ukraine is realism, futurism, expressionism, Ukraine in the MoMA, Ukraine in the Tate, Ukraine in the Guggenheim. Ukraine is in this photo, not Madonna, just the hat. Ukraine at Sundance.
Make love, make art, not war.
Ukraine is not only this sound. Ukraine is also this sound. That's right, this is a Ukrainian song. This is Ukrainian culture. This is what Russia has been destroying and appropriating for hundreds of years. This is our identity. And this is what we are fighting for right now.
Українська армія захищає українську культуру. Українська культура підтримує українську армію. Музика, література, мода, кіно, реклама. Всі креативні індустрії працюють на спільну перемогу. Надихають. Фінансують. Допомагають. Ніколи не здаються. Українська культура перемагає. Українська армія обов'язково переможе.
Модуль, він називатиметься «Креативні індустрії».
Right, so our second module is up next, creative industries and recovery of Ukraine. Right, and I'm ready to invite our panelists. People's Deputy of Ukraine, Deputy Head of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine Humanitarian and Information Policy, Mrs. Yevgenia Kravchuk, Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, Mr. Alexander Tkachenko, who's back on the stage again, Head of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Finance, Customs and Tax Policy, Secretary of the National Recovery board, Mr. Daniel Getmantsev, and we will be joined soon by yet another speaker, Mr. Timofey Milovanov, who's the president of Kyiv School of Economics and the presidential office advisor. So I would like to invite the Mrs. Galina Glinenko, who's the Deputy Minister of Culture, to moderate that meeting. Galina, you're here. Okay, so please take it away. All of our speakers have got their own microphones. Please make sure to use them. And to our audience members joining us on YouTube, please make sure to leave your comments and questions in the chat box. Thank you, Marichka. Hello, everyone. And please pass the word to those taking a leisure break that they should be back in this room as we are kicking off now. I would also like to invite all those joining us, or welcome all those joining us online. I mean, online is the one thing that we've gotten so used to doing, and it's an extreme pleasure to be here in person for a change. And, you know, I'd just like to extend my gratitude to our brave armed forces of Ukraine for actually enabling us to be sat here in this room and deliberate on our future plans. The minister made a mention of that. You know, to actually decide to do this forum in this format was a rather tough decision for us, as the minister mentioned. I mean, especially given all these different potential challenges facing us, such as loss of power, air raids, etc. But anyway, you know, Mr. Minister, thank you for your courage. Thank you for actually running this event in an offline format. Now, our panel is called Creative Industries, full stop, Ukraine Recovery Plans, full stop. You know, and you know, if I wouldn't really put a break between these two sort of statements, because creative industries and the Ukraine Recovery Plan are intrinsically intertwined. Now, Mr. Getmantsev, who is the head of the Recovery Council, one of those who helped devise that recovery plan, as it were, you know, presented in Lugano some time back, and you know, lots of different stakeholders were involved, lots of different ministries were involved. So, Daniel, my first question goes to you as the secretary. Now, in your opinion, as somebody who has a sort of a bird's eye view of the entire plan, I mean, as somebody who put together all these different proposals, all these different ideas coming from all these various ministries, and, you know, we had our own share of suggestions and proposals, but you, sir, you have a bird's eye view, right? So what's the overall situation is like? So what role will creative industries play in this recovery now and after this war has been won? Now, we all realize that creative industries are mostly SME, small, medium enterprises, and I'm sure the market will look very different in the future. So what is their role, in your opinion? Now, thank you very much for this event. Thank you for your invitation. I mean, it feels pretty weird and pretty unusual to be sat here and looking people in the eye and having a in-person conversation. We're very much used to doing it differently via Zoom, Skype, and other platforms. And, you know, today's feels very different. Anything like what we used to doing. So thank you to the Ministry of Culture once again for organizing this event, despite the circumstances, despite the war. Now, as to creative industries. I mean, I can give you some numbers. Well, in the US, 11% of GDP is spent on culture. The EU, various estimates suggest that different creative industries, depending on the classification, because, you know, the term is rather vague. So these industries get or account for 7.9 7.5/9% of GDP. So all over the world, this figure is 6% on average and growing. So, I mean, looking at the United States, the creative industry is about the same size as, you know, the raw materials processing industry, and it shouldn't be like that if you read classical economic books, but it is. So the world is changing. The approaches authorities take to stimulating economy are becoming different. Now, as to the current state of affairs in creative industries here in Ukraine, I guess the biggest challenge was brought about by the pandemics. It led to the shrinking of the industry, something we had a chance to witness during the pandemics, and that was the reason why we passed that law in Verkhovna Rada back in 2020. Law of Ukraine on tax benefits for creative industries, where we were able to reduce a VAT tax and where we were able to relieve them of having to pay any duties or fees from grants. And I mean, Mr. Tkachenko is here, and my fellow members of the committee will correct me if I'm wrong, but, you know, depending on what we count as creative industries in Ukraine, we're looking at 4 to 7% of GDP, you know, generated, produced by creative industries. But unfortunately, this number is decreasing due to the war. And if you look at the numbers deeper still, we will see that some 40%, like the industry shrunk by 40%. 20% of people involved in the industry left the country. Now, a quarter of all businesses involved in this sector had to reduce their production by 90%. So they've essentially suspended all operations. Supply chain networks have been disrupted. Some businesses find it impossible to operate and are forced to switch to other methods of operation. So yes, these industries suffer quite a bit, and we all realize that the whole world has changed. And we know that these new industries need support, as they will become a key to economic recovery in the future. They need the support, and they need to have that support. That's why our Ukraine recovery plan has a whole section dedicated to creative industries, and it was developed together with the ministries people, and this block contains a good number of different activities to help increase the number of people involved in the industry by several factors, all the way up to 600,000 people. We had some 300,000 prior to the war, because that would immediately lead to a twofold increase in the share of GDP produced by these businesses and industries. Now, what makes Ukraine so unique? The bulk of VAT tax generated by culture industries comes from the IT sector, and it shouldn't be like that, you know. And we want to change that through the implementation of our recovery plan. You know, it is a very ambitious, yet nevertheless very concrete plan. It has all the numbers, all the estimates. So, involving things like programs like Stand With Ukraine, involving Ukraine Creative Hubs.
That was supposed to promote the Ukrainian creative products worldwide, and all the way to improving the quality of education, because the deterioration of the quality of education is what we observe not only in the creative industries, but all across the educational sector because of the distant learning and all the pandemic challenges. Unfortunately, the quality of education falls down, while in terms of the creative industries, that's felt the worst of all. So, in order to overcome those challenges, we need to double at least the value added generated by the creative industries in the national economy, to increase the quality of our experts, and also as part of the recovery plan to allow the professionals who left the country to support them after they come back to Ukraine, because let's be frank, the best are leaving, those who can find new jobs there. And while we're talking about the culture, let's not forget about patriotism. And often enough, the monetary remuneration becomes the key motive for them to stay abroad after they leave. So it's important for us to let the people come back home, at the same time educating new subject matter experts. I'm getting off the tangent here, and I can talk for ages about it, and the overall topic is important not only in terms of supporting the industries during the war, but after the war as well. And as the Mr. Minister correctly stated, the key challenge lies with funding. Regardless whether that was an accurate quote from Churchill or not, but when we face the alternative, funding the army or funding the culture, well, it goes without saying, it's funding the army. Because there will be no life left in this country without strong armed forces, and thus there would be no ability to preserve our culture. But today, if you look at the structure of our budget, and again, I'm getting slightly off the tangent, but it's important. So, in the structure of the budget, all the tax revenues generated in this country are focused to fight this war. Everything, all the other gaps are covered by the partners. And you can see how tough it is for us to get the new funding coming from the partners. Hungary just blocked 18 billion macroeconomic support funds coming to Ukraine next year. And this is an overly politicized topic altogether. And we catastrophically lack our own resources, even to meet our vital first priority needs. And we feel this problem. We recognize that it's problem priority 1A, and the only way to resolve it is to attract more funds from our partners, from our donors, who would be helpful to fund our needs at the first stage and at the second stage of implementing this plan, that is to say, until we become full-fledged members of the EU. Well, that's quite an ambitious plan indeed, because if we look at how the employment dropped, and you said that we need to double those figures. There were 300,000 before the war, and according to our estimations, there were 400,000 right on the eve of the invasion. So if it got reduced by 40%, and if we increase it up to 600,000, that's quite ambitious. So going deeper here, you just mentioned that funding becomes one of the key factors, right? And that the country lacks tax revenues. So what are other opportunities? Some privileges, tax breaks, what? I am personally convinced that those tax breaks that we provided so far are as high as they would go. That's the maximum of tax breaks that we can give to creative industries. And what's left is for those industries to start paying taxes. Say, a movie theater, it functions, it pays taxes, but why should it go bankrupt if his neighbors fail to pay all the taxes and thus getting higher profit margin? Just stay current in terms of paying taxes. Unfortunately, I don't see any room for giving more tax breaks. We have already provided enough of them back in 2020. But currently, we all have to operate under the same rules. So it's the rule of law approach. Thus, establishing equal playing fields for everyone. Staying away from tax evasion and tax avoidance schemes. Talking about sources and incentives. How to incentivize those industries. Of course, budget programs, first of all. And I'm all in favor of providing incentives for any sector of the economy through budgetary programs, through relevant subsidies, which are easy to control with clear KPIs. People account for funding spent, even if these are grant funds. And by the way, there are public finance research findings, fresh ones, that the incentives for economy are more efficient when it's financial assistance rather than some tax breaks, which are being provided indiscriminately, thus staying inefficient. So in terms of further recovery, we have additional programs in our pipeline which would provide incentives to artists, individuals, and the companies, corporations as well. It could be done in the form of temporary payments for those artists who return back home from abroad for a short period of time, as well as grant funds to start up businesses. The second approach are government projects, when the government funds various artistic projects. And probably Mr. Minister could tell you more about this, because we are aware of very good examples from some of the EU countries when the governments investing into cinema, audio and visual works have managed to substantially improve their quality. Because when you have enough funding, there is competition in place, you select among the best, then people predominantly stay here, not like they used to leave to work to Moscow. And thanks to such competition, we might be able to generate a high-quality cultural product, exactly the one that we expect to get and dream about. And the third area is rendering state services. Through those creative hubs, which would, on the one hand, connect the domestic producers with customers abroad, but also with the consumers abroad. And thanks to the government's involvement and the international relations, creating long production chains that would generate intellectual creative products here in Ukraine. So, increasing employment, increasing the share of value added in the national economy, and financial support. It's great to hear from the Parliamentary Committee on Tax and Customs Policy. Yeah, that's a great understanding of what is needed, that the government has to support culture and creative industries. Zhenya, now let me ask you, as a person who takes close to your heart what's happening in museum business, libraries, publication of books, a true advocate of those industries. So, will the tools outlined by Mr. Danila enough post-war, or do you feel that it's not an extremely clear position from the representative of the government? Well, first of all, thank you for inviting, and it's great to know that we have listeners not only in Kyiv but all across Ukraine. But let me put a bridge from books, from cultural diplomacy, from the fact that Ukraine is in vogue and everybody knows about our country now worldwide, but how would it help to consume culture services within Ukraine and creative industries at large? Well, of course, additional working places in the country, more librarians, more employees of the culture hubs and centers, and then the related industry, tourism, because I've seen the head of the parliamentary subcommittee on tourism. Well, today I wear hoodie made by Andriy Yermolenko, and that could be monetization on the fact that Ukraine is in fashion, because Chernobyevka brand is well known outside of Ukraine now. Now, about the concrete tools and institutions, those that are functional and those that are not. Let's start with the foundation on reconstruction of Ukraine. We have voted for the law which would streamline the funds, helping us to nationalize Russian businesses and assets. And my question is to the panel participants, but actually all of us from various institutions how many funds in the restoration funds should come from the government? Well, Mr. Daniel, that's the question to you. Put down your phone. We had quite difficult slides before. More than 1,000 ruined and destroyed culture sites in Ukraine. And of course, this foundation of restoration of Ukraine, which will become operational next year, certain percentage should be focused on restoration of ruined cultural sites. And it's better to identify this percentage straight away. Also, you mentioned grant funds, and again, we would need your advocacy and support in this regard, because even though we have an continuous discussion with the Ministry of Culture, but soon enough the librarians, the museum employees will come with protests because the ministry cannot understand what the institutional support is all about. This is something that we want the Ukrainian Culture Fund to generate, and that's what we did during COVID times. Another beautiful tool that we need to implement is certificates for culture services. There is a support. Remember when COVID was raging, what was rated number one? Books. People decided to invest their funds into books. Well, probably because of Christmas, seasonal holidays, it was December, but the consumption of basic cultural services in the time of war and after the war might be inaccessible because the general well-being will drop. That's why the format of the certificate for buying books or going to a museum, say, could support the employers who provide jobs to Ukrainians and pay taxes and meet the needs of the Ukrainian consumers. I would love the Ukrainian libraries to have shelves full of new Ukrainian books. And here's the challenge that I'm convinced we can handle. Finally, in the budget, something that we delivered together with the Ministry of Finances, additional 150 million hryvnias for graft funds to the Ukrainian Culture Fund and up to 80 million hryvnias for the Institute of Books. But the government now says, don't pay it for books, and people will not understand us if it's only going to be done for exhibitions in Frankfurt or translations of international authors. Of course, we want to support all of the jobs in this publishing sector, as well as the libraries that are waiting for those books and the people all across Ukraine. We have millions of IDPs, internally displaced persons, who go to libraries just to talk to other people, and our librarians became true psychologists in the time of war. So these are practical tools, and now I move towards books and how to help us with that. And probably your committee might think about it. There is draft law on temporary tax breaks to import new publishing equipment. There are lots of publishing houses that suffered a lot, especially in Kharkiv, just bombed to ruins. Of course, some of them managed to preserve some of the equipment and moved to the Western Ukraine, my home region, Ternopil. We host those publishing houses now, but also then we will cater to the European marketplace. Well, let me react straight away, not to forget about that. So, tax breaks for importing publishing equipment. Actually, any equipment that will be imported to Ukraine, and we'll vote for this law sometime in January, will enjoy tax breaks. At least VAT is not to be paid. As to the involvement of the Ministry of Finance, we should not consider Ministry of Finance to be an absolute evil. But the Ministry of Finance people said nobody will get anything from the budget. It's an extremely difficult political decision, and it was even in peaceful times. The budgetary process is always a choice between political priorities. I'm not talking about some vested interests. Unfortunately, there were some schemes like that. No, I'm talking about realistic budgetary process, and you need to choose between building a new highway or publishing a new book, and this is a political decision to be made. And in this context, the choice is very difficult and lots of people would be dissatisfied. And when you said protests under the Ministry of Finance building, well, you can criticize the Ministry of Finance that fails in ensuring budgetary earmarked appropriations to be paid to those who were earmarked. But the Ministry of Finance has to save single kopeck, single cent in its disposal. Just open the budget for 2023, 2.5 trillion. A great plan indeed of our tax, of our expenditures, and half of them, 1.3 trillion, would be covered from tax revenues. Another half our partners will give us, and more than 90% from tax revenues support our sector of defense and security. So just think about how hard it is for the Ministry of Finance. Now, the third comment is about the books, and I can speak here only as a consumer, as a reader myself, an avid reader. In my previous careers, wearing other hats, unfortunately, the translations into Ukrainian of the latest bestsellers have not been published, only in Russian. I remember when I had to order books in Russian because professionally I needed to read them. For instance, Capitals of the 21st Century by Piketty. Only books in English and Russian of that author were available. Now, finally, they come into existence in recent months and years, and it's great because I feel huge hunger for such literature that is translated into the language you're thinking in. And if only our publishing houses would focus on this, then I'm sure the consumers would be grateful to them for purchasing such books. The problem keeps existing, and it's not only because we lack funding, it's also because of the priorities in the heads of the publishing houses themselves. Well, let me react in terms of my call and urging us to work together with the Ministry of Finance. That was done in order to more efficiently spend the funds that the budget appropriated for. And summing up, something that would be true after the war, there is the reform of cultural services to create creative hubs, or as we call them, centers of cultural services, where you can read new books and have access to internet, or some hobby clubs for children or adults. And it's quite obvious that to equip those hubs, we need not only funds from local budgets, but also cultural subventions for a certain period of time. Of course, we will register a new draft law with a focus for post-war boosting of such hubs. I'm thinking about the needs of the regions. People live not only in Kiev and regional capital cities. Everyone should have equal access to such services. Thank you. The fourth speaker has joined us, Timofey Milovanov, the president of the Kiev School of Economics. Straight away, I would like to ask you this. Last year, KSE conducted a research on creative industries. Quote, they grow so fast, as well as their role in Ukrainian economy. 1 hryvnia of investment there causes the increase of 1.9 to 3.2 hryvnias in GDP. And it only goes after agriculture and heavy industry in terms of value added. So these were figures for 2021. How do you think the picture would change for creative industries after the war, and how important it is to support it now in the time of war?
Віримо.
Ми обов'язково перевіримо це і повернемося. Дві галузі в Україні зростали, незважаючи попри кризи. Якщо подивитися 20-30 років, є дві галузі, які зростали. Або навіть 2000-х на початку кризи, так?
The industries keep growing. This is agriculture and creative industries. If we read our survey, creative industries goes far beyond IT. That's arts, music, fashion, all the other creative industries. So agriculture and creative industries, they kept growing. Now we have no fresh data. We'll see how the situation goes, but the situation with agriculture is very difficult because of the land plots. So, creative industries, and it's comprised of formal and informal components. Some of creative industries lay in the gray zone because often enough it goes faster than what the society is ready to accept, not only in terms of the products generated, but also the new forms of how people are employed. And often enough it's not being formalized, but that's where innovations stem from. So it might be more than 4% of GDP, but it's a considerable number. Now, what is happening? We're building the brand of the nation is forged. Lots of people who work now, they will be mothers and fathers, founding mothers and fathers of the nation, like founding fathers in the US. And people sitting close to me might be such founding fathers and mothers of the Ukrainian nation, including representatives of creative industries. What are we lacking? Unification. The brand of Ukraine goes up, but look at the fashion. They keep selling at the international markets, but usually small brands via Instagram. I talked to one billionaire from London City, and he says, you're like Soho back in 1973. You have all the ingredients for success, like to become Soho of 2020, but you have no brands to offer. Everyone has a small mini brand, and he says, in Swiss Alps I have 2 pictures. For one picture I paid $1 million for copyright, and a Ukrainian photo $10,000. But in terms of the quality, they are equal. But the one on the left-hand side, artist doesn't have the brand name. Well, he is well known among other artists, but he has no brand, and his country doesn't have brand, but he says, I can guarantee the quality is the same. So he tells me, let's establish through Kyiv School of Economics the fund, buying out those arts, investing $10,000 and then reselling it for $1 million. Hopefully those brands will be created by Ukrainian artists, not the billionaires who know how business is done and think in terms of what's going to happen in 10 or 20 years of time. So I'm happy that we still have creative industries. Back to the research figures, they have quite a high multiplicator, on the average more than 2. They don't have the same capital-intensive investments like in manufacturing, but they need investments into human capital, and it's tougher to assess. So the question, do we need to support them in the time of war? Of course we need to do that, because we need to form all the frameworks in order to be able to rebuild the country.
You know, we had a conference in Lugano, in Paris, in Berlin, and all of these guys are talking about capex. How do you get 150 million bucks to invest into industry? But what about human capital? Nobody's talking about human capital, and that's one conversation we don't want to forget about. You know, the challenges are obvious. You know, no branding, inability to merge, inability to involve international collabs, you know, to reach the level of London and New York. But this is all a matter of time, a matter of hard work. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Timothy, and I definitely like to agree here. You know, creative or doing business creatively is one thing that we want to focus on, and ultimately achieving good degree of competitiveness and working transparently. Yeah, you see, you know, the people are working in a very creative fashion in that gray area, but then they cannot pass an audit, right? And unless they do, they're not going to be able to get any grants or any support money from the state or anybody else for that matter. So it's natural for these artists to stay in this gray area, but it's unnatural for them to like to remain in that area. They need to realize that they need to get out of that, get outside that gray box. Well, obviously, the very reason why they entered that gray area is because they couldn't make any money, you know, legally. But, you know, what we want to do, what we need to do is make sure that working in a legitimate white area is something that we need to promote. Now, back to what Zhenya mentioned. Has any one of you guys used these certificates and spend the money on books or other creative needs? Raise your hands. All right, the most of you. The good majority. Well, it just goes to show that the demand for cultural services is there, and it is important. So moving over to you, Alexander, with my questions. Obviously, there are a lot of strategic objectives, tasks, and obviously, you know, after this war is over, we need to start thinking about how we can build better than before. Not just rebuild what we had, but build something new, the new structure, new system. So talking about things like cultural subventions, certificates, you know, other instruments. What are some of these instruments that can make the most difference as far as you're concerned? And obviously, you know, going back to what Danila mentioned, that, you know, creative industries need investment. You know, that the multiplier that we calculated at 2.0, you know, that's all good, but then there is a hidden multiplier that is oftentimes reflected through cultural diplomacy, something that is very hard to measure. Yeah, I think the most important thing is what Danilo said, you know, the political choice, basically, political will. All these tools are available to us. They've been tried and tested, you know. So, you know, basically what we're trying to do is optimize the entire sector and then start providing brand new services. This cultural subvention that was canceled some time back, and I mean, look at what's going on in the regions. they're actively downsizing their cultural investments, across Ukraine. But if you look at major global powers, the major countries of the world, they treat culture as an element of their national security, invest accordingly. Countries such as France, Germany, Poland, the UK, the US, these are the leading countries, and not just because they have powerful industries or machine building, but because there's a lot of political focus on creative industries and culture in general. It would be wrong to say, it would be a lie to say that you cannot get money to fund culture during times of war. You can, and we've done that, and they're a good example. So that's why I can kind of go around with my hand outstretched and collecting that money, and I succeed at that. So obviously in the future, we will have to start making a difference in terms of what Timothy said, things like branding, things like audits, etc., and getting the grant money, etc. So yeah, a political choice needs to be made. Now, speaking of investments in creative industries, brand is important, of course. Remember we came up with this program, Advantage Ukraine, right? And basically what happens is that while you guys go around Lugano collecting billions, a lot of these private investors are ready and willing to spend anywhere from 1 to 10 million euros or dollars by way of private investment, and specifically targeting small and medium enterprises. It just makes a lot of sense. So, there are opportunities out there, so you can, in fact, use that platform. It's available. Lots of applications from potential investors in not just IT and agro. There are a lot of people interested in investing in creative industries. So, Danilo, we need to make a political choice. And once we do, we'll get all the answers that we're looking for. Okay, so let's record it in a minute. We've just made our political choice here up on the stage. The choice in favor of creative industries. So, Alexander, you mentioned that creative industries is all about the people, about their heads, their hands, their talent. Obviously, they'll need some gadget or the other. A phone or a PC will do. So, anyway, Timothy, my question is to you. I know you guys recently launched this program to support talent. Basically, all you need to do is show up with your bright idea and you will get support. How important do you think this idea or this concept is in terms of working with creative industries? Are there any results to show for it? Yeah. Oh, it's a nice little project. A person in New York gave us $1 million just for us to hand it out to people of talent. So I asked him, this person, like, but you gotta have a terms of reference or some kind of statute, right? And ask him. So, like, what do you want to achieve? He just told me, use your best judgment, incubate talent. Just do whatever the hell you want. I don't want anything to do with any of your feedback, reports. Just what I want you to do is come back to me a year after and show me the results. And, all the regulatory issues, red tape, you go ahead and you take care of it. I want nothing to do with it. All right, and so my team just goes like, look, now we need to develop a proper program in terms of reference, because this is $1 million. This is a lot of money. To which I told them, look, instead of this, let's focus on people who we can hand this money out to. And we started by posting this form on Facebook, basically for people to fill out and provide a rationale for why we should give them the money. And we started out small, grants, the lump sum of $5,000. And then some people, they go ahead and say, okay, we need $1 billion. Others say we don't need anything. But, all of these applications are very interesting. One person, just a couple of days back, She got a grant, secured a grant from us. It was a very special kind of person. And the motivation letter was quite boring at first, and then it got much funnier towards the end. And this person was able to identify signs of people practicing hipster culture in Lviv in the mid-70s, oppressed by KGB officers. And like this guy, he just wants to dig deep down to the roots of that, because his grandma used to be a KGB officer and was directly involved in that. Now, so that person wants to do a documentary about hipsters in Ukraine in the 70s. In Lviv. So that was quite outstanding. Then another guy we gave a grant to yesterday. Now he wants to grow leather, like really this sort of plant-based leather. Something Balenciaga is up to right now. You know, they want to switch their production from genuine leather, animal products to plant-based leather. And this guy, he wants to do something similar. And he's not just sitting around waiting. He already hired a whole team. Then there was another person had this project that was about ecotourism and growing some kind of environmentally friendly sponge plant. And he started out at a land plot in the eastern Ukraine that was occupied by Russia, but nevertheless this person still keeps on going. So these ideas are all really bright, and that's what we want to support, providing a sort of an injection in the arm, to stimulate them to do more, do better, and that might potentially help them, basically plant a seed and perhaps see this whole idea grow outside its limits, turning to something major. So, that's one project that we are really focused on right now. Yeah, so the money is being spent pretty efficiently, I would say. Okay, now going back to this question, where do these people come from who can, innovate and introduce and produce innovation? And speaking of creative industries, things like studying music, studying arts, studying humanities early on into the life of a person is really important, and it makes a difference. It incites your imagination. When you read literature, if you study music, you can become more creative in other walks of life. So, fundamental sciences are all very good and nice, but learning and studying arts is also very important, as we've been able to prove time and again. Now, let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about education. Can we in fact use KPIs in arts education? Well, you know the answer, don't you? But the audience does not. No, yes, for sure. For sure, we need this because obviously, a number of attendees, numbers of members of the audience coming to see an event or the other is a KPI in and of itself. So what matters right now is just to transform this Soviet attitude that a lot of the faculties, arts faculties have, that look, we are teaching arts. We don't want nothing to do with your KPI. Government, please leave us alone. No. It's not going to cut it. In modern day and age, you really have to have those KPIs. You really want to make sure that your art is suitable for major international collaborations, etc. And it's something that would be accepted the world over. Just as in any other business, there have to be KPIs. such as how many items you sold, for example. That's a KPI. So that's something that we need to consider. So, and I've had a conversation with the Minister of Education, Shkola, to perhaps consider KPIs in high schools, in high schooling. So, for example, like they do in other countries, for example, you won't be able to pass your high school exam or your test unless you performed well or done well in an arts subject, one or the other. So yes, we do need KPIs. Timothy, you wanted to add something there? Yeah. I was just thinking about what else I could do. Yeah, we got these grants for towns. Now, you just mentioned education. That's important, right? I remember we visited some educational establishments. I'm not going to name any, but, those were creative institutions, educational institutions. And I asked the person there, and they told me, look, we need financial support to do this and that. So I asked them, but look, you've got your alumni, your beautiful alumni, like this man, this person, this person. I'm not going to name anybody, okay? I don't want to disclose the institution I'm talking about, but you get an idea. Yeah, that's not you, ma'am. All right, but I'm getting there. You just wait. We're all alumni of one institution or the next, so. We all graduated from somewhere. So I asked them, the manager of that institution, so you've got all these alumni, have you tried involving them? And he says, yeah, well, they funded new windows for our building, but what else can you get from them? And I was like, seriously? Those alumni, people are working in New York, They could have done so much more to help, and the manager of the institution just keeps on complaining that our budgets have been slashed and nobody's helping us, and the state, the authorities should have done more. So all they do is complain, to which I respond, look, some of your alumni are millionaires living and working in New York. Have you tried talking to them? So, Alexander, that was a little bit of a setup for you. So, a lady from my district told me that you, sir, graduated from a high school 82 near where I live. And I was also told that the school needs some repairs. They need their walls repainted once over. So, I want to ask you to help. Well, yeah. That school, by the way, what it was famous for back in the days is, their English studies, English language classes. So, yeah. So, yeah, Timothy, I graduated from school 32. English classes were pretty good there as well. Yeah, we can help you, but you have to provide it in a rationale, okay? You have to tell us why it is important for you to get funding from us. Now, I graduated from the physics lyceum in Cherkasy. I know you built a shelter there. Have you made your voluntary donation, by the way? Yes, I have, of course. Right, so thank you. Thank you for this, Timothy. By the way, we would like to invite you to become an ambassador for our another initiative, Restorm.gov.ua, and this is all about rebuilding infrastructure. Which is important. Most Ukrainians, in fact, live in small towns, under 50,000 people or less, so we need to be thinking about them. Now, obviously, local authorities have a lot of leeway in terms of how they can spend their money. So I think that the big question now is, how do you entice local authorities to, instead of spending all their funds on road construction, have them spend some of that money on building a road that will take you to the museum and then rebuild that museum as well. Okay, yeah, absolutely. So this takes us back to the issue of human capital and cadre, the talent. So You know, a lot of this depends on who those local authorities are. You know, a lot of my fellow classmates, some became library managers in my hometown of Chertkov, and you know, we did a little fundraising for them, and you know, it was really outstanding to see so many young people attending those libraries, and they use the space for other purposes as well, for some fundraising, etc. So that just like one library in the town of Chortkiv just has become so popular with the local youth, and it's a very good indication of the fact that there is a demand for it. You know, and we've been speaking about cultural subventions, and you know, if that system proves to be effective, maybe the local authorities will be able to afford a little bit more money, you know, to be spent on culture and paying people the money to run those libraries, to run those museums, young, creative, talented managers, and young professionals as well. So, and I think the state should get itself involved, make sure that this infrastructure is protected, because otherwise, you know, there's a lot of temptation to just shut those things down, you know. And yes, this is exactly what we've been seeing as a sort of a trend recently, local authorities applying to us to grant them permission to close down a museum or a theater or a club. You know, that's what they want to do, and we do not want that. But again, it has to be on an ad hoc basis, right? You have to look at what's available in the community. If this building is damaged beyond repair, for example, then maybe when it should come up with something different, you know, mobile libraries, mobile museums. So get creative, and I just want more people to share their success stories with one another, and it's always inspiring, you know, to listen to a mayor of a city talk about their success story and how others listen and pay attention. You know, that's really inspiring. Yeah, I mean, us Ukrainians are very sort of competitive. We always feel the grass is greener on the other side. So I want to make my grass greener. So I think that competitive spirit has always been an advantage for us, and will continue to be so. Now, back to human capital. Culture sector is the one where you probably receive one of the smallest paychecks across all industries in Ukraine. So, you know, to make sure that our people are back in Ukraine, first of all, we need to provide security. That's paramount, that's essential. And secondly, we need to provide them with job opportunities. You know, people need to realize that they have a place to come back to. Yeah, just ahead, jumping ahead. So, you know, the people who left, they spend some time abroad just waiting to see if situation changes, if there is a place for them to come back. And now, having waited for a bit, they're starting looking for opportunities in those countries that they fled to. You know, so we're risking losing a lot of these people. And I think they hang on by a thread of patriotism. Okay, they still want to come back. But again, you know, they need to survive somehow. So maybe it could be a good idea, you know, to provide a person with some assistance, some support, at least initially, as they are coming back. You know, help them look for jobs. What do you think? You know, immigration challenge is one of the most difficult ones, really. You know, across the board. forget about budget, but forget about the economic downturn. I mean, outside the situation in the front lines, this is probably the socio-economic challenge #1 for Ukraine, and also the most difficult to address. It is very broad. It exists across the board, basically, and you can't fix that problem with patriotism alone. Because if a person is facing a choice whether they can feed their children and their families, working abroad or coming back home to Ukraine without any economic opportunities back home, they will surely pick the choice #1, and they will stay in those countries. So you can't just fix this issue simply. It's a very complicated problem. It is not going to be solved overnight. One potential solution is economic growth in the midterm. Now, what we need to do is finish this hot phase of the war by winning, of course, thereby addressing the security situation. And then, once we've implemented the Ukraine recovery plan, which is really a roadmap for Ukraine. And obviously, yes, that it will have to involve a lot of foreign assistance and donations and funding alongside, government spending. So if that's successfully implemented, if the economy is growing, then, jobs will grow and more jobs will be created and people will be coming back. But it will take years, 4 or 5 years at least. Our potential membership in the EU will play a major role, major beneficial role in this context. And that is why, we are doing everything we can to bring this ascension closer. Because really, the matter of our recession is a matter of years of opportunity that we can either use or lose. Now, as to what the government, the authorities can do to promote the idea of coming back or help affect people's mindsets. Obviously, you cannot force people to come back, but you can try and affect their mindsets. And we have something along these lines in our recovery plan. Things like grants for businesses and creative industries. Those are mostly SMEs, right? So they will become primary recipients of these funds. And then assistance in finding employment opportunities for certain professionals. The help would be provided for 6 months, provided the person would stay longer. So these are the most effective tools at the moment, and donors, international donors, I'm sure will be able to provide their assistance as they see the need as clearly as we do. So yes, but still, these programs it's not a magic bullet solution. Okay, and looking about or talking about the paychecks, you mentioned that earlier. If you look at creative industries, right, the majority of added value is created through IT sector.
IT being probably one of the best paid jobs right now. And by the way, IT has generated 23% increase in exports in the time of invasion, and if I'm not mistaken, 13.5% increase of the sector itself, the only industry in the Ukrainian economy that kept growing despite the war. And again, the creative industries at large dropped, all of them except for IT. And in general, it leveled out the field. So when I made my statements, I talked about all the other creative industries but IT. While if we talk about the IT, then I believe that what helps them a lot is DSCT. That's the tax incentives that we provided to them through simplified accounting requirements and the increase in chances for them to immigrate to other countries. But there are certain restrictions for males to leave the country. Well, yeah, I agree with you. It's not only IT. Mr. Minister said that in the first quarter of 2022, the declared revenues reduced by 63% for all of the creative industries, but the IT. Timothy, what do you think? Isn't there a certain opportunity so that the people who come back home from abroad and will keep coming back home, they will bring with them new skills and competences? Why not make a good use of them? Because being exposed to other societies and economies, they start looking at things differently. And this paternalistic approach of the government should be modified due to this. Have you heard anything like that from the people who are already coming back home to Ukraine? Crypto, is it a creative industry? Yeah, if it's part of IT, yes. And everything in creative industries would be moved into cryptographic currencies, including NFT, but there are lots of bankruptcies there, but still some donations still come in the form of the cryptocurrency. But the problem there is the same, because it's not clear how to properly account for donations in cryptocurrency. We cannot fully audit for this. We have financial sponsorship arrangements, and it's in the gray zone. So we went through I'm talking about the Kyiv School of Economics. I was told that since you're not generating cryptocurrency in Ukraine, it's okay to have donations in cryptocurrency. So in Europe, that's a charity foundation that collects donations in cryptocurrency, and here in Ukraine we don't have the law in place. Like I said, gray zone, but we need to turn it into white because it allows you to cover great volumes. You mentioned that culture infrastructure has been ruined, damaged, and it needs to be restored. And that's a real problem indeed, because in the whole wide world and in Ukraine, there is no understanding that this is the priority. For instance, the KSE rebuilds the damaged hospital in Makariev, and international donors are ready to fund the procurement of bandages, while restoration of the clinic in Makarov, they say, no, let's wait for the war to be over. But if we keep waiting without trying to rebuild the infrastructure, military, energy, and cultural, well, this is something that needs to be changed in our mindset. The rebuilding starts now, like investing into bandages. Now, about immigration and brain drain and creating incentives. I'm a person who immigrated back in 1999, and I built my scientific career in Germany and the US for 20 years. I still have the official position in Pittsburgh University. It's a tenured position. I'm a professor there. I'm on sabbatical right now because of the time of war. So they keep paying me because I came here to Ukraine, and they treat it as a paid sabbatical. And for many years, I was looking for opportunities to come back to Ukraine in 2010. In 2012, my mom died, and she died because our medical infrastructure was ill-developed, and this affects the lifestyle of people. So I wanted some public goods investment, but I only arrived back in 2014, and I established Kyiv School of Economics that could allow me, even at a risk of losing job in the US, well, I will be paid handsomely by the KSE. But why would people having a position in the US come back here because nobody can pay them the same paycheck except for KSE? Well, there is online American university, but we'll see. I suspect similarly is true in other industries. I brought in some new culture with cons and pros, created this institution, but I had to create this institution with the relevant paycheck. Why did I leave back in 1999? Because I could not find, as a scientist, a nice job with nice paycheck. I came to the Academy of Sciences and I told them, look, I want to do science, but how could I earn living for my kids? I have responsibility for my children, and I cannot choose this career. That's the way I was thinking. Whether I was right or wrong, I don't know, but I'm proud of, and I respect people who, despite of this, still stay within the system where their salaries do not meet the reality. And it will change when the businesses become successful and they would start donating together with the government. Let's not wait that only the government will do it. That's why I want to draw attention to the success stories, and such successful cases will offer high paycheck, allowing people to come back home. Between 2014 to 2017, I was spending 3 months here, 6 months back in the States, and this is something that we are trying to offer in the KSE. We call it Teach for Ukraine, such a project, but we haven't scaled it up. And it actually could be offered for other industries. So those people who left the country, why not attract them back home? Because all of them want to be part of Ukraine. But yesterday I talked to a very important person who left to Scotland, children, war, and that person told me, I'm going to leave KC because I need to feed my children. So we have 3 or 4 months and we start losing people, despite the fact that we have high paycheck. The brain drain will continue, and we need not only to ensure some budgetary appropriations, but like Israel, we need to build a systematic approach on helping the Ukrainian diaspora to come back home to Ukraine. And it's not only about money, it's about the essence of our strategy, because now we'll have our Ukrainian diaspora all across the world which is both the opportunity and the risk, and we need to build proper relations with such diaspora. Thank you. Your statement that diaspora makes it fashionable to be Ukrainian, to find somebody in the family history, like 10 generations back, people have relatives coming from Ukraine, and it's happening because Ukraine is in vogue. Let's grasp this opportunity, draw attention of those talented people and let them come back home. But back to the talents. We have a huge challenge domestically, uneven redistribution of the population. More consumers live in the west of Ukraine, both consumers and providers of cultural services, less in the east. So the redistribution would be quite relevant after the war, because Chernihiv used to be the least populated region, and now it became even worse compared to Lviv or Zakarpattia. Of course, there is a huge disbalance. Do we need to adapt to a population's disbalance, or create incentives allowing each region, each oblast, to create trump cards for people to come back home, become residents, and get employed in the culture sphere? This is the question to you, Mr. Minister. Visiting Balakleia and Izium impressed me, of course, because when you see the consequences of occupation on the culture sphere, you can see where they were aiming at. The whole downtown in Izium has been ruined. All the historical buildings, the school that was built there back in the 12th century. In Balakleia, the Ukrainian language schools, and by the way, in Balakleia, they printed books in Ukrainian, so they planned to take them out of the library and started putting on the shelves a few Russian language schools. In the musical school, they transformed it into the military hospital, and of course there were attempts to find collaborators among the local artists, and luckily they failed in most of the cases, but there was a clear focus of attack on our values, on our identity, and rebuilding the deoccupied territories would be as important as recognizing what a huge negative impact the occupation had on the culture life. For instance, in Kherson region, lots of artists want to come back, and this change of narratives is very important, and it would take time. We provide incentives for our artists to go to the occupied territories and continue the interhuman communication. For most of people, it's post-traumatic syndrome, but this idea of creating creative hubs, the centers of creative services, we will keep repeating those mantras to you. The percentage of renovation, the change of the paradigm towards culture policy, we will tell you what's the percentage, along with Timothy, will bring you the figures. It's extremely important for us not only to acknowledge, but also to make the decision to keep moving forward. This is a huge blow on the DNA of the nation. It needs to be reanimated. And of course, the joint efforts of all of us are extremely important. I would like to add a couple of words. Before the COVID, we planned to carry out one program. Well, I don't remember what was the line in the budgetary code, but it was about school children from one oblast visiting for 2 weeks other, like mobility in the secondary school, something like that. And now, because of the war, lots of people who never left the borders of the oblast, well, I have now new neighbors near my parents' home. Some came from Bakhmut, and they claim that, well, we want to come back to Bakhmut and rebuild it brick by brick. It's important to recognize that culture here is used as glue, because often enough such clubs or libraries or well, are being used as places to talk to one another. And in the time of war, local authorities need to support it. Some people learn Ukrainian language there. Others are embarrassed of not being fluent in Ukrainian. How can I then talk to people? How can I go and buy stuff in a store? Well, they've been relocated, and finally the Ukrainians started communicating in Ukrainian under such circumstances, but being the glue, those mobility projects, all that needs to be supported after the war. But what Alexander mentioned, how they tried to destroy our cultural identity, I believe this should be reflected in the international documents, because actually erasing the identity is part and parcel of genocide. I would work in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe about cultural erasure in the time of war. Which tools are being used? All this throwing out of Ukrainian books from the libraries, that's part of it. And another part of it is going after religious sites that became targets of Russian shelling. So, yeah, rebuilding is one thing, but curing the soul is another, yeah? We will calculate everything, show them the check, demand reparations, and only then negotiations. Do we have questions from the live audience here or from online? I would ask my colleagues to hand over a mic to those who are taking the floor. Okay, 3 questions taken. I represent creative industry. I have a question to ask in light of renovating the country, and the principle of renovation should be this. Creative industries are to be treated as an engine and locomotive of reviving the country, thus integrating creative industry representatives into various spheres of everyday life of our country. But we're running out of time, waiting for the schools to raise new generations. Well, we don't have that time, so we need to make use of what the creative industries could offer here and now. And I believe the government needs to create the conditions for proper integration of the best practices that's being accumulated already straight in the curricula of schools and higher learning institutions.
немає у нас часу.
Because, like I said, no time to wait. Well, let me illustrate it with my own example. For almost 20 years now, I am working in the creative industry.
У нас немає підприємств, які можуть виробляти і взагалі цього не думають. Оці екологічні матеріали, рослинна шкіра.
Since we have no manufacturers of plant leather or organic leather, something that for dozens of years the Western manufacturers have been manufacturing, and this creates the need to add new subject matter topics into curricula, because in a couple of years of time we'll have furniture from mushrooms and handbags from bananas. So we need to think about comprehensively about how to resolve. Thank you for your comments. I believe everybody agrees that it needs to be integrated not only into the curricula of the colleges, but in high schools. Wow, handbag from it's furniture from mushrooms and handbags from banana. I am Tkachuk Svetlana from Ukrinform. The question is this. In the east of Ukraine, there are lots of industrial assets that were the main businesses for local residents, like mines. And in the occupied territories, they've been closed down, starting from 2014. Can we reimagine those sites, culturally speaking, like how to make those sites the focal points for those residents? Are there any plans for the future of such sites? Can I handle it, or should you? Yeah, you go ahead. Look, this is not the problem related with the war. Well, not as much. The problem of mono towns or mining towns, we have it for the last at least 30 years, but that's the problem as well as in the west of Ukraine, in Lviv region, and of course in the east of Ukraine. And this is an extremely complicated problem because it requires tremendous amount of funds to be invested. And it's also a matter of political choice, because budgetary appropriations are being decided at the political level, and let's be frank, there were no political decisions made in this regard. Every year it will be postponed, the decision making, until next year, but the situation would only get worse, especially in terms of mining towns. But that was a political choice in favor of other more relevant problems. But the war helps us now finally to get closer to resolving this problem of mining towns. Build back better principle is what we offer now, not only to rebuild the damaged asset, but to build a better one. And the problem of the mining towns should be resolved individually. We had, before the invasion, some of the tax incentives offered to either 18 or 19 mining towns. basically they are not paying virtually no taxes, but it didn't help to resolve any problem whatsoever because the decision was made in fall 2021 and it was not enough time, basically. But the problem of mono cities remains to be an uphill battle. So closing down a mine in such a town makes everyone poor there, because if the miners are not earning their living, they cannot pay in the stores or in the barber shops, and it's a cascading effect. So the decisions should be individual, either substituting one big business with a multitude of small and medium businesses, or inviting an investor that would be able to build not the same asset, God forbid, but something that would bring second life to this town. But there would be some towns where residents will have to live elsewhere, and this is an objective reality that we just need to accept. Three options here, and we'll do everything we can in the context of their renovation. I don't know, probably Alexander would disagree with me, but I don't believe that the visits to such mines, transforming them into the culture sites, it won't work. There were certain examples of transformation of industrial sites into sites of culture. Well, only 2 or 3 such examples, Galina. Well, I would add the fourth option for reviving such territories. For instance, Katowice, a region that, thanks to building large concert hall, this town brought in musicians, or Bochum Oberhausen in Germany, in the mining area, where people chose culture and creative industries, which brought tourists, which generated revenues. So some opportunities indeed, but local authorities should understand that culture and creative industries could be the drivers that would retain people and bring more even revenues to the region. And our final question. Igor Melnik, Sector of National Patriotic Education. Should culture and creative industries be patriotic? Is there any correlation here? Or, like, look, 2 out of 4 keynote speakers wear patriotic hoodies. I also have a national manufacturer, so those who wear hoodies, the floor goes to you. Well, we are all patriots, so that we would stay on the same page. Creative industries, they create in Ukraine, being patriots of Ukraine. This was a rhetorical question indeed, so I will just confirm your statement. Creating in your own country is a form of patriotism indeed. And if you use the Ukrainian identity as part of your fashion statement, along with paying taxes. Well, actually, 3 people with patriotic hoodies, and all of them wear stuff produced in Ukraine.
Да, прошу.
У мене, я не знаю, у мене, може, і немає нічого українського. У мене KSE написано, але...
Well, I put KSE. This I bought at the marathon. during fundraising in Sweden. For me, patriotism is not how it looks like, but what I do. And let's not confuse the two.
Дякую, колеги. Чи є ще
Thank you. Colleagues, have we run out of questions?
Давайте, перепрошую.
Добрий день, Олена Власюк, студія архітектури і дизайну Якоша.
My name is Elena Sik from Yakush Design Studio. This question is not more about, it's not about bringing people back home, but about retaining people who are here now. You know, I made that conscious decision to stay in Ukraine and have done so many years ago, and I have my own internal motivation that keeps me going and keeps me here in Ukraine. Now, what do you do with these people who want to stay? And we all know that it is really about providing financial support and grant support. Now, Alexander mentioned something about individual funding or financing. Can you please elaborate a little bit more on this topic? Because, you know, our studio is currently doing 3 major projects. A Chernihiv City development concept, Maria Primachenko Museum in Bolotnya, and an art installation to be created in one of the European capitals. And really the only source of support for us as business to implement these projects is grant money. So how do we get in touch with these individual donors? And I know Timothy has his own fund, right, that he's able to spend on these donations. Now, what are some of the other ways that we as a business can utilize to get access to this funding to support us in our activities? You know, we have a team, we have a group of talented people that we want to retain. Don't want them leaving. Now, there are 2 options. You know, the grant in the field of UKF. You know, and the UKF will have to be filled using donor money. This is the horizontal links I was talking about. You know, inter-agency, inter-institution relations between universities, between museums. All these different institutions in Europe have these tools available to them, essentially allowing them to provide financial support to their counterpart organizations in Ukraine and other countries. Now, also, all these different countries accredited in Ukraine, having their embassies in Ukraine, can provide funding as well, but you need to talk to them. And the Creative Europe program, EURI-MASH program, there are a couple of European programs that you can apply to and get your funding from. You know, as we were negotiating with our counterparts, or as we are negotiating with our counterparts, you know, institutions currently present in Ukraine, such as Gothic Council, British Council, and others, we want them to start spending on supporting Ukrainian industry. So focus away from refugees and then focus instead on creative industries here in Ukraine. Because earlier on into this war, they were very supportive of those who left, and to which we said thank you very much indeed. But we also need support for those who are staying back home, including representatives of creative industries. You know, most people are still here in Ukraine, and it is really paramount that we can support them to the best of our ability. in KES. There's a program that's called Relocate a Mentor. And it has funding to support businesses, specifically the ones who are staying here. And yeah. So it's not an issue of finance, really. The money is there. It's an issue of being able to find that money. And now, I have been receiving lots of proposals from all over the world to send our professors and our faculty members to European counterpart institutions, to which we said, how about we provide you provide institutional support to those willing to stay here. We have a program that we're doing together with Massachusetts University, and they do these what they call non-residential fellow programs. So that's a powerful and useful tool to provide funding to non-resident faculty members. So we're out of time already. So last question. Sure, we'll have an opportunity to discuss these and other issues during our coffee break. Hello, I represent Karpenka Kari Drama Institute. So if you look at government reports, the decentralization reform led to a increase of tax revenues, local tax revenues, of a factor of 5, basically. So is there a way that we can, we as a country, as a government, we can consider spending those extra tax revenues that the country is getting as a result of decentralization reform and spend those tax revenues, or at least a part thereof, on culture? Yeah, well, that's a great question. Well, I'm not sure where you got your numbers from. It's definitely not a 5-time increase in tax revenues, and I can tell you with a degree of authority here. Yes, I mean, without a doubt, we've outperformed ourselves, and tax revenues did grow significantly, for sure. But it's about a 10% increase compared to 2021. So basically, just think about it. 2021 tax revenues were 10% less than 2022 tax revenues, and we entered 2022, in the state of war, which is just a testament of the success of the tax reform. Our customs are underperforming, unfortunately. Yeah. But I would like to disagree here. Back to your point about the budget money. I mean, the budget has 2 funds, the main fund and special fund, right? And it's the special fund that is actually accumulating and redistributing those tax revenues, on earmarked programs, right? It's not just anything, it has to be an earmarked program. So, for example, a fuel excise tax is spent exclusively on road construction, because ultimately, if you think about it, it's the people buying fuel, driving their cars along those roads, have to use those roads and have to foot the bill, have to maintain those roads out of their own pocket, if you will, figuratively speaking. So, Danil, I have a creative idea. What about excise tax on alcohol? How about we redistribute this one? Yeah, tobacco, alcohol, so sin taxes, in other words. Yeah, some countries use those vice or sin taxes on culture, like gambling taxes, for example. Yeah, that's something we can consider. I would support such an idea. In our law on gambling, there's a provision that talks about it, essentially. So, but it's not going to be a systems approach. It's not going to involve, basic primary taxes such as income tax or VAT tax. It's going to have to be something different. Now, as to donations spent by individuals and legal entities on any needs, for those entities, there is a possibility to spend up to 4% of your taxed profits on charity, including donating to culture. Maybe we can do it like they do it in the States. I mean, I could be spending, I'm not saying this is realistic, but when I get my paycheck, I get my wage, I could spend up to 100% of my income. I mean, yes, for sure, they will audit me. But yeah, I'm free to donate up to 100% of all my earnings. So essentially stimulating people, individuals, to foot the bill for and cover those costs of the cultural industries. So it's a great stimulus. No risk for me there other than the audit risk. So I mean, we have been floating this idea for quite some time. I really love the idea of a sin tax. I mean, the minister there is coming up with an idea. Okay. I would like to thank our panelists for their questions, for their attention, very creative question, very interesting tax-related question. So just a quick reminder, we have spoken today about creative industries in the context of rebuilding Ukraine, and we realize that there is a great need for support, but then there's also a lot of potential there. And Timothy's fund, when we made an agreement here, will fund some of those initiatives, and the minister will help sponsor the construction of a shelter in the school that he graduated from, and Timothy will do everything else. And that we will all make an important political choice to essentially enshrine and stone that creative industries is important and crucial for the recovery of the country in the long run. Thank you very much indeed. Let's take a coffee break. Alina, thank you for moderating this panel. And indeed, it is break time. Let's be back at 2 o'clock sharp. We're going to split into 3 different modules: artisans, fashion, and publishing. The publishing block is up and running, and we're going to start with creative trends block here at this main stage. And a quick reminder, tomorrow we will reconvene at 9 o'clock in the morning, not 9:30 as we did today, but 9 o'clock in the morning sharp. So enjoy your coffee break.
же больше никто не придет.
Good afternoon, esteemed participants, both online and offline. I'm Olena Chromyak from the Office of the Development of Creative Industries of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. It's my job today to moderate the module on Ukrainian crafts traditions. So our first speaker would be Dmytro Nalyotov, an MP, Marina Hrenyuk, PhD of Culture, the CEO of Charity Fund, Vladislav Kalichenko, co-owner of Solomia, the Reshetilivka workshop of Ukrainian crafts, and Uliana and Irina Tushnitska, the executive director of maintenance of government reforms in the Ukraine project. Ukrainian crafts is a unique sector, being one of the industries in the focus of attention of the government at large, and has been identified as the sector with a huge potential because it forms and shapes our traditions, identity, values, especially in the times we're living in now. It's important to protect those crafts. And today we're going to discuss a couple of things. Firstly, legislative initiatives, systematic work, and the development of national crafts after the war is over. Also, we'll talk about the support of the foreign partners, why it's important, and we'll reveal the details of a Canadian project. We'll discuss also what's the impact that the crafts have on the national economy, and also we can see now how huge is the export potential, something that the minister has mentioned on a number of points now, why it's important to promote those unique products that are being manufactured by talented craftsmen in Ukraine. So please, let's follow up with my presentation. Irina, hello. Hello, Elena. Ulana. What's being done at the legislative level? Recently, there was public discussion of the changes into the law of Ukraine on national crafts. And the novellas are the registry of national crafts and craftsmen. We need to know how many of them we have in the regions, how to work together with them, what would be the conditions of working with them, and also how to help them to develop. Also, we have identified changes to the labeling of their products, identification of the new definition of craftsmen, and what products fall under the national crafts nomenclature. So what's being done by the Office of the Development of Creative Industries? We try to stay in touch with the craftsmen because, as you know, from the time of beginning of the invasion, it was tough for us both psychologically and economically. Thus, we decided to carry out a number of training webinars aimed at helping the craftsmen to promote their businesses. So the basics of business, something that has been discussed at the previous panel, that in principle all of the creative industries require to be business structured. Why? So that the international investors will understand their books and records, thus helping them to get to international markets. We also carried out the webinar on helping them to find international partners, marketing, selling through ELZY platform. We carried out a large webinar with the hospitality sector on the 22nd of February, 2 days before the invasion, because the hospitality sector and our craftsmen have great chance of joint success in the case of synergy. And we also covered the first success stories in terms of attending international conferences. Craftsmen need to understand why their products are unique and how to protect their intellectual rights is what was important for us to train them. And some of the success stories we're going to share with you today. We also promoted relocation of the equipment from Slavyansk, the clay for Kosivska ceramics, an important project indeed, and we'll have speakers on this. Also, how to promote the products of the craftsmen, the national action plan for Reshetilivka carpets manufacturing facility. And under the Cabinet Ministers of Ukraine, we have the Council of the Development of Creative Economy. So it was proactive in coming up with success business models for our craftsmen. That's why I'm extremely happy that today we're going to be able to discuss not only those topics, but you will understand that national crafts play important role among other creative industries. We have lots to be proud of, we have lots to develop and export as well. So that's it from me. Now back to you, Dmitro Nalyotov, Ukraine's MP. I would ask you about your thoughts on legislative initiatives, because those changes to the law on Ukrainian national crafts becomes the top priority of the Ukraine's parliament for the year 2023. So, back to you. Hello, everyone, viewers and listeners. Thank you, Liana, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to thank every single one of you who continues to work, develop, evolve, preserve, save, inform, keeps fighting at the Ukrainian culture front lines. Let me start by saying that 2021, the UN General Assembly named the creative economy for which only shows how important to support crafts both for developed and developing economies, based on the report of the Kyiv School of Economics delivered together with the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy and USAID. We can safely claim that in Ukraine the impact of creative industries is tremendous. Some of the figures that I'm aware of from the report for 2018-2020, the annual increase of GDP was 20 billion hryvnias a year, which is 4% of all the value added in the country. In Britain, this figure is about 6%, but monetary speaking, it's different. In Ukraine, it's 117 billion hryvnias. In 2019, it was 111 billion pounds sterling. So national crafts is an important sector of creative industries, and we recognize the fact that it takes time for crafts. It's impossible to create new crafts just by allocating huge budgets. Actually, national crafts are similar to well-honed winemaking tradition, and it takes generations. A grandfather prepares the clay for the grandson or plants the trees or vineyards, recognizing that that's what it will take to produce new products years to come. And also he shares patterns and symbols. The product becomes national, and in certain aspects even international heritage. Currently in Ukraine we have Kosivka painted ceramics and Petrikivka paintings, which were included into the representative list of intangible list of UNESCO heritage. Also from 2021, cooking borscht becomes protected by borscht. Such examples of national crafts are numerous, and this list should only grow. The role of the government is to support, protect, and provide tools for further development of national crafts. Thus, the Cabinet of Ministers has approved the national program for the years 2022 through 2025, aimed at creating the framework through creating the registry of craftsmen, labeling, festivals, grants assistance. Such changes start with legislative changes, and thus the Ministry of Culture and Informational Policy drafted the bill on economic models of national arts from the standpoint of social, economic, and what I like the most, tourist potential, because such law should be practically oriented and user-friendly. It should not only promise help to the artists, but it should clearly provide the answers how to get that assistance through which mechanisms. The bill would update definitions and terminology, the geography of coverage, the labeling, and the trademarks, and the definition of crafts itself would be changed. We also drafted bylaws on identifying the cradle of national crafts, attestation of craftsmen, and maintaining the registry. The law would be focused on cultural value and financial results. But most importantly, it introduces mechanisms and funding possibilities, as well as offering craftsmen with the access to those funds, both grant funds and government earmarked programs, appropriations. So the law should be focused on financial results. We need to understand this. We need to guarantee this and provide levers for our craftsmen to use them. And the training should start with simple and straightforward things. For instance, targeting, knowing how to use social media for marketing purposes, branding, the ability to come up with a strategy for your own business, let alone NFTs, and the skills to operate with cryptocurrency, what's being discussed at the previous panel. Being exposed to training as part of one international project aimed at supporting national crafts funded by British Council and Oxford University we discussed whether it would be possible to come up with the class on national crafts to be included into the secondary school curriculum. So I'm convinced that it will work quite well, that the story of Ukrainian and international pop stars, their successful cases, success stories, would be exactly of interest to the kids. I would definitely go to the classes where they would tell me about Rolling Stones or Beatles, or as an ordinary Poltava boy, I will get to TV, collecting the stadiums full of fans, and now would donate the Rolls Royce that Freddie Mercury used to drive. How to make such and other mechanisms to find their way into the law and other bylaws? Well, that's why you need to talk to the industry, legislature, government officials. Currently, this discussion is taking place in the Ministry of the Culture and Information Policy, and I ask you to join all of us. Please come up with your proposals to be included into this draft, and later on in the panel discussion we will discuss various options of how we are able to help the industry. Thank you. Well, my next question to you is this. I have a dream that national crafts would become popular in hospitality business. That's why we offered a webinar for owners of hotels and restaurants, so that Kosivka plates would be seen in their restaurants, or Opeshanka ceramics in Hayat and other branded hotels. I know that you are quite involved in the hospitality business, so how should we scale up those things? Do you see any potential in this, and how could we possibly help the craftsmen, because they generate unique products, thus improving their output?
Well, it's going to happen inevitably. You know, Ukraine used to be a sort of a dark horse in terms of European tourism. You know, most tourists would go as far as the Polish eastern border, right? Now, Ukraine has become famous. And it is our mission to convert this fame into real tourist numbers and into real economic effect. It will happen 100%. It will happen inevitably. And people will be coming, and it's up to us to be able to give them a proper welcome. You know, tourism is a unique kind of thing, because tourists buy a lot of stuff, you know, they spend a lot of money on their emotions and the things they enjoy. There's a research paper by UNWTO that basically says that once you've reached 100,000 tourists in a country, each new batch of 6 tourists on top of that creates a job in Ukraine or in a country. So crafts is a very interesting thing, you know, that has been in development over hundreds of years, and you know, people coming over here will, I'm sure, find it very interesting to try and learn more about the crisis and how Ukrainians were able to overcome it, and will surely be extremely interested in checking out crafts. And yeah, this thing will happen, and we need to get ready. We need to get our tools prepped and help those tour operators find their niche in the market. You know, and then it is up to the state to preserve this heritage and make sure this heritage is expansive. Just as Timothy mentioned, this morning. So, you know, and make sure that master classes are expensive. And this whole history thing is expensive for these tourists. Now, the topic of this forum is the power of resilience, and that's something we're going to talk about with Maria Granuk, who is one of the initiators of this project. And this project was about relocating clay pressing equipment for Kesevsk ceramics, which is UNESCO World Heritage. Right. So, Maria, over to you. What are your plans, and how are you doing? You know, I represent Gutsulshina, which is a region that has probably accumulated the widest variety of different crafts. You know, I'm an artisan myself, and I've lived in Kosovo my whole life, and I spent my whole life working in the field of crafts and artisanship. And obviously, this is something that is very dear to my heart, and I feel, you know, the Kosov's painted ceramics is one of those things that is in peril right now and needs to be rescued, needs to be saved, and that's, you know, why I feel like crying out loud for help. But anyway. The crafts is all about the folk, you know, the folk artisanship. And these are the two key words to take away. You know, crafts, folk crafts have grown on top of traditions that came to being over hundreds of years across many different regions in this country. And that's why, you know, what we're talking about really right now is resuscitation of craft. So that's what we need to focus on. That we need to get our terminology straight, because otherwise this resuscitation isn't happening, at least as far as I'm concerned. So now what we need to focus on are things like raw materials, craft, ethnos, you know, a local artisan, a craftsman that has carried these traditions through their history, through their love of their land, and through their knowledge of ancient technologies, and advertisement, popularization, and education and awareness raising. You know, awareness raising and education is something we tend to forget about a lot. But you know, you want to start small and keep spreading the word of enlightenment through generations. You know, I've been all over Poland, for example, and the Polish mindset, mentality is very similar to Ukrainian. And I really love that country, and I became a witness to how the local culture is being cherished in that country and how they really deeply care about it. You know, their minister, you know, this morning, he said something something along the lines that he needs more money, but you know, what they get is a lot anyway, compared to us, at least. So, and the way they emphasize education and awareness raising, really starting small, starting with children and going all the way up through that generational ladder. And we also have to have cooperation, because without cooperation and collaboration, nothing is going to happen, really. And as a scholar, I have a very good idea of how crafts looked like and what their state of affairs was back in the 19th century, and then as a witness, I experienced crafts in the 70s, and I can tell you that back in those times, the villages, the communities were so rich with culture, so rich with crafts and artisanship. Very unlike what we have right now. But then again, back in those days, private property was banned, entrepreneurship was banned, and so people had to work together as a part of these cooperative collectives to then be able to sell their products at a penny for a dollar, basically. So I guess what I'm talking about is we need to see more of that type of cooperation, collaboration taking place. You know, there are some areas that are quite popular with tourists, but those are few and far between. So in order for these artists and craftsmen to thrive, they actually need to get together. You know, they need to join forces, because if left to work individually, and yes, they will be able to sell their products through the use of modern IT technology, but still, they won't make much of a dent. So what they need to do is to collaborate with other artisans, with other craftsmen, and do that locally, regionally, and nationally. And that's something I've experienced in Poland. So what we see here is you know, the ovens that were used in the 19th century and then later on in the early 20th century. You know, look at all this beauty. That's a private collection by Ivanki Kozak-Diletti, who were, you know, a well-known family of artisans, dating their, tracing their history hundreds of years back. Or this family of Chornych, who just recently opened a cafe, a coffee shop, where they not only sell coffee, but they make arts, make crafts, and they teach others how to do it, and they're always full, really packed. Or this here, you know, made by a contemporary artist. And basically, you know, this leads us to, that's my workshop, my private collection. These are mine products. And here is one private tile shop owned by VAKARCHUK family, the only one remaining in our region. Now, and we need furnaces for that as well. You know, we're experiencing a shortage there, and then also I mentioned raw materials, right? So the clay is really important, and Slovyansk in the east of Ukraine is a capital of industrial ceramics, really. Very rich in raw materials, in raw clay. I mean, they live on top of that layer of that perfect clay. And, you know, and back in the days, everyone was so confident that this supply will never run out that they pretty much abandoned any attempts at mining their own clay. And then all of a sudden we were stricken by this terrible war, and all of a sudden we were left out of clay and lost all access to source materials, which will lead to people losing their jobs and might lead to this tradition, this ancient tradition, to become lost or at least suspended indefinitely. And then the more time you lose, the longer that pause, that hold, the harder it is to restore everything back to how it once was. So, there was a project that we did. We were lacking these filtration plates that are required for clay processing. And with the help of the Creative Industries Office, with the help of our government, and with the help of our Canadian counterparts, we were able to very quickly create a new supply chain for clay and filtration plates for clay making. And this is how they look like. Plates have already been installed. The fabric is brand new. So what we do with it is press clay and then conduct some more processing and, end up with a beautiful product. And because we were able to create a new supply chain, we were able to basically preserve the ongoing tradition and preserve the heritage, which essentially enabled us to apply to UNESCO to receive World Heritage status, which we did successfully. Now, we want to continue with this project, with the second phase of it, and it will be mostly focused on education for kids and tourists. Now, this is how our cultural center might look like. That's the approved design. And construction is underway already. We were supposed to open our doors this fall, this autumn, but unfortunately we couldn't do it because of the war. But, the center is under construction. So why do we need to establish these centers where the craftsmen are, where the crafts industry is located? Because it will attract tourists and it will help with the economic growth of these regions. Now, if any one of you had a chance to visit Tarnów, Zalepie in Poland, you would have seen these beautiful, picturesque villages, the beautiful paintings and murals all over the place, and they have this beautiful cultural center situated there as well, albeit quite a bit more futuristic looking than our design here. Nevertheless, it was really beautiful, and it served as an inspiration for us for this design of this cultural center, albeit executed in a more retro looking fashion. So yeah, that's the construction site. Fortunately, we had to suspend it for a while because most of the money we were receiving from the state were redirected towards the military. Anyway, hopefully we'll be able to continue with this, and I only wish that all of us who are involved in crafts, that we are able to cherish these centers, these hot spots, these melting pots of crafts and culture and heritage and history. I wish that we're able to retain and preserve our artisans and craftsmen. I know a lot of folks left from Kosovщina, and they don't intend on coming back. They have taken their families with them, and it really hurts myself to admit this fact. So hopefully the country, the nation of Ukraine will be able to cast a glance at these people and at the things they do and do something to help them not only survive but thrive here in Ukraine. Thank you, Maria. I actually had a chance to visit Kosiv this year and speak to the local masters, local craftsmen. It's a mecca of Ukrainian crafts. You know, you have a bunch of unique artisans. They're doing unique things, including unique ceramics, unique embroidery, and other things as well. So, you know, really unique stuff. So I highly recommend every single Ukrainian goes and visits Kosiv. They have a magnificent weekend fair that everyone should attend to be able to buy some exclusive items and help the locals by doing so. So, thank you, Maria, for that. Just to elaborate on what you said, I'd just like to touch upon the project that we implemented together. You know, it was really difficult to relocate all that equipment, you know, being under fire all the time as we were evacuating all that gear and equipment. It was really hard, really difficult to organize. So, you know, I'd just like to give the floor to Irina Tushnitska, who's joining us online, and to extend my warm thanks to her for her swift response and her support for our project. So, Irina, why do you think this is important for you and your foundation? Now, why do you think supporting crafts and artisanship is important? And what are some of the plans that you have for the future? Afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yes, we can. Great. So, hello, everyone. My name is Irina Tushnitska, and I'm Executive Director of a Canadian-Ukrainian project, which is called Support for Government Reforms in Ukraine. It's called SURGE in English. So this project is a successor of a previous project called EDGE that was under implementation in Ukraine before 2019. So the mission statement of our project is to respond to government needs using risk-based approach and RBM approach by delegating our subject matter experts to work embedded with the government institutions. Now, ever since the beginning of full-scale invasion of Muscovite Federation in Ukraine, we began working on accumulating various needs of Ukrainian populace, you know, ranging from things like evacuating children from the worst hit areas all the way to evacuating inmates from prisons. So one of the things that we embarked on was the evacuation and relocation of unique manufacturing equipment used by Kosiv craftsmen. And the plates and other equipment was already produced and was being stored in Slavyansk, a city that would very quickly become a frontline city. And we had no time to waste. And, you know, I spoke with Uliana, who I've known for many years, and we all agreed that it was an important undertaken to be able to assist with relocation of that sensitive, unique equipment. Now, you may have a question like, why do you target so many different areas? And the answer is simple. Yeah, Irina, we can hear you. Go ahead. I just lost the video feed. No, it's all fine. We can hear you. No worries. So like I said, people listening in right now may have a question there. How come our agency embarks on so many different projects across the board pretty much? And the answer is very simple. Every Ukrainian is currently probably thinking about what it means to be Ukrainian. And I think every single presenter, every single panelist today made a mention of the word identity. So what is identity? What is that picture of our nation that our identity is painting? And it is the picture of brave people willing to lend a helping hand regardless of their ethnic background, whether you're a native Ukrainian, a Jew, a Pole, or a Crimean Tatar, or anybody else for that matter. All of us born in Ukraine consider this nation our home. And all of us are united by the drive to do everything we can to preserve the health and beauty of this country. So this is a part of our identity, and artisanship and crafts is a part of that identity as well, and it includes all kinds of different stuff. Kosov ceramics, Petri Kivsky paintings, embroidery, glass paintings, etc. So all kinds of stuff, so starting all the way back at the artisan level and all the way up to industrial arts, So to be able to preserve all that is a mission of critical importance to us, which is just as critical as achieving the military victory. We have been fortunate to still have artisans and craftsmen who carry these ancient traditions through time. And we do what we do for them to enable them to continue to carry that culture forward. So, Uliana mentioned the law today and the changes that are being brought about. Now, just as a quick reminder, last year government approved a national crafts support program. And hopefully, now all of these different activities put together will create a support package for crafts and arts in Ukraine, folk arts in Ukraine. Now, creating a digital registry of crafts and artisans, we have to basically is a big deal for us, because in this day and age of modern technology, we need to be able to keep up with technological progress. Now, remember COVID pandemic. Now, we're faced with yet another challenge, the war that's affecting the global economy. And through the pandemic and through this war, I think we were able to prove that using online communication tools, technologies is quite an effective sort of surrogate for face-to-face conversation and actually personal travel. Albeit incomplete, it can still make a difference, and we need to be able to keep up. Again, you can't just commercialize everything, because if you commercialize everything, yes, your production volumes will grow, but you will lose a bit of your uniqueness and originality. So that's why we need to create this balance, good balance that will help us stay afloat and navigate through this whirlpool of technological progress. Now, another issue of importance for us is so-called cultural diplomacy, to be able to go out there and explain who the Ukrainians are. It is just as important as rebuilding Ukraine's infrastructure once this war has been won. Now, the Surge project is launching a cooperation project with the Ministry of Culture along three main avenues of advance, basically. First one is helping the ministry conduct informational campaigns to make Ukrainian culture more recognizable. Help different target audiences create interesting and engaging creative products all over the world, basically. Because you have to understand that, what the Germans will find interesting, the Chinese, in all likelihood, will not. So, you have to understand your audience, and you have to understand how to tailor your products for these different audiences. That's important thing, okay? The other major avenue of cooperation with the ministry is providing support to enhance and strengthen information policy. And this includes fighting fake news and Russian propaganda and helping build rapport with Western media and cooperation with Western media. And the third and final avenue of cooperation is to help the ministry improve its institutional capacities by using the result-based methodologies, or RBM. So that's a very rough outline of the scope of work we have set for ourselves next year. Very ambitious, but very doable as well. Now, as a Ukrainian citizen, I want to thank the Canadian government for providing their support, but I also want to thank the ministry for their willingness to work together with us, for their willingness to change and to lead the change. It is because of your initiative, it is because of your drive, we can, in fact, implement these meaningful projects and achieve good results. And then I have to also thank the glorious armed forces of Ukraine for giving me this ability to live. Boys and girls, if you hear me, you're the air we're breathing. I cannot begin to explain how deeply thankful I am for be able to live on a day-by-day basis. Uliana, thank you as well. And I'd just like to wish our Ukrainian craftsmen to get more prominence the world over. Thank you, Irina. Thank you for this.
Поаплодуємо. Ірино, я, по-перше, хотіла сказати дуже дякую
Miss
вам.
Irina, first of all, I would like to thank you on behalf of the ministry
Ми цю співпрацю оформимо, я сподіваюся, найближчим часом.
for our ability to make it all happen soon enough, even though we've been discussing it for a couple of months, but now we finally have the draft action plan with a focus on national crafts with the support of this Canadian project. So let me voice out what we are planning to do, some tangible steps that Maria and I have come up with, and artisans in Kosovo, and not only there, because Canadians plan to launch pilots in a number of regions of Ukraine, and we're going to be focusing on educational programs, trainings on, and master classes on sharing those traditions with younger generations, with lots of internal and external communications, because it's important to target foreign audiences so that they would better understand our identity, and that would be a nice, viable instrument, something to present to the outside world. And Irina mentioned this huge international communications campaign. So Irina, looking forward to working together with you. Thanks a lot. And I would like to thank your whole team. And now, grasping this opportunity, I would urge other donors and international partners to focus on creative industries, and in particular, national crafts and arts, as well as other interests in creative industries. And our Office for the Development of Creative Industries will help you with that. Get in touch with us. We would be helpful to make it all happen. So, our next keynote speaker
Дякуючи нашим вебінарам, які ми організували.
Thanks to our webinars delivered with the help of the Cabinet Ministers' Council of the Development of Creative Industries, focusing on 4 sectors. One of them was arts and crafts, and the Council was proactive and instrumental in launching those webinars. So, being the graduate of those webinars, in particular, searching for partners webinar, and here's the success story. Solomia Reshetilevska workshop. Vladislav will tell us more about this project, some background, what was his take from the webinars, and how he ended up attending the international exhibition in Paris. Hello, everyone. I represent the business that deals with national crafts, something that we've been doing for almost 20 years now. We went through ups and downs, but now we feel that the trend is back to uplift, because ceramics and crafts become of interest both to Ukrainians and foreigners alike. Uliana, you're right. We've been talking to you a lot at the task force discussions, and thanks to you, I attended this webinar, and it's helped me to, my business generated some new business contacts, but this is a lifelong training effort. As Dmitro correctly mentioned, we live in the 21st century, when an artisan should be not only a master of his craft, but have some salesman competencies developed, and e-sales expert to boot. And that's what I've been focusing on myself. Anastasia Bilecka and Sandra Moreau are those 2 persons whom I met at the webinar, and they helped me to get all the way to Paris. So what was that? Maison et Objets exhibition in Paris, which is happening twice a year in Paris, September and January. So after the pandemics, we attended the 2nd exhibition after they reopened. So they had to reboot their event at that time. And the selection to attend the exhibition was carried out through an open call. You had to fill in the form and present the products that you plan to attend this exhibition with. That's exactly what we did. And an international jury has selected us among 55 other participants to attend this exhibition and recommended highly to attend it. So we had to take them at the face value and attended it. Now, this exhibition was a grant to attend the exhibition, funded by the EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So don't be afraid of things like that. Compete, and the grants related projects have instructions and guidelines how to fill the admission form and how to go through the selection process. And I'm convinced we have so many talented craftsmen and artisans with beautiful products who could, with dignity, represent Ukraine abroad. So what was the outcome of our participation at the exhibition? Networking and socializing. It was not about sales. It was about us presenting our products to the Europeans and them getting in touch with us. At one of the slides, you've seen a lady with a very interesting worldview, which was admiration of our products. Now they have a slightly different take on how to make carpets and rugs, because they use soft colors, while we were vivid color palette artists, and that's what people liked. People even tried to touch our products. That was the first question they asked. Can I touch this? And I would respond with another question. How come you haven't done this? Because feelings are all about tactile emotions. So we did generate enough new contacts, which will be helpful for the years to come. But when you have European or international customers, you need to stay patient and be methodical. So let me repeat myself. Foreigners are curious about us and they're ready to embrace us. Thank you, Vladislav. Yeah, beautiful experience indeed, because a small village of Reshetilivka in Poltava region, attending a large interior design exhibition in Paris. Well, quite a challenge, but well done. Well done. We can only hope that you will capitalize on those new international contacts of yours. And quite naturally, you need to deal with some challenges in terms of timely exports of some of the products, because customs clearance needs to be handled, and we plan to follow up with more webinars aiming to help the craftsman and artisan to learn how to do this. That's not that difficult, but it takes time and desire. And based on that knowledge, you can move forward. Now, I would like to talk about the sharing and exchange of traditions. We can see what happens with national traditional crafts. We have older generation that work a lot, work hard, dedicate their whole lives to those crafts. And that's what I've seen in Kosovo myself, but unfortunately, there are too few young people, youth, that would pick up those traditions. So how should we foster the transition of those traditions? It could be done through secondary schools, but these products are unique. They're uniquely regional, using unique skills, techniques. So, what do you think? How should we make it happen? The government, the business, I mean, because some of the crafts are becoming extinct. Namely, when the last artisan dies, that's the end of the tradition, right there. So the question to the speakers, what's your take on this? Who would start? No?
пофантазувати, назвемо це так, або висловити свою думку. В моєму розумінні все доволі просто.
I believe it's quite straightforward. Pay people well, make this professional occupation prestigious and reputable, and people will gladly join those traditions.
Цей процес складний, і він, можливо, навіть не очевидний.
But it's an uphill battle right there.
Вартість на свої вироби, але це потрібно основа наша.
And of course, the price tag goes up, but we can justify this, but this helps to generate revenues to pay more to the artisans. So it's basic economics. And then the youth will recognize that that's something they need to learn how to do. Because it's easier to work as a waitress, for instance.
Подібна діяльність, вона також потребує і художнього хисту, і взагалі...
It takes a person with artistic soul as well as professional skill set. That's my take on it.
Один із виходів.
Miss Maria, back to you.
Я бачу трошки більш глобально цю проблему. І, власне, на те, на що я акцентувала увагу на тих ключових словах, і оце неперервність поколінь.
This integrity and continuous preservation of nation's identity becomes very important. And not only educating new generations, but also identifying how to advertise those crafts.
По-моєму, хтось із спікерів говорив про це сьогодні.
Some of the speakers have already mentioned this today already.
Надавати в шкільній освіті, я маю на увазі, середній чи загальношкільній, надавати більше акценту.
And some of the speakers have already mentioned this, that just bring it into the curriculum of a secondary school, like a class on folk arts. Something that is happening in the developing countries. When I prepared the dossier to file with UNESCO, I learned that even local people are not aware of our traditions. Some entrepreneurs being with us here, they said,
це досьє? Ні, це треба було зробити дуже багато.
Writing dossier takes time, lots of practical work, quite comprehensive. First of all, consolidation of the whole society around this understanding. This is the key, that the youth should come there. You know, I worked for 35 years in the secondary school, which used to be called the vocational school of arts, a generator where those craftsmen were trained, and it was of interest to them because of that.
Коли цього не буде, коли це не буде якраз от такого від наймолодшого покоління вивчення поваги до культури своєї.
But if we have no respect to our local culture, starting from the kindergarten, well, back to what we designed, a manual,
пізнавально-просвітницький посібник, де ми заангажовуємо до
like a reference book,
національний парк, де екологію взяли, і наші
involving national parks on the topic of environment and our secondary schools and information about our artisans.
Щоб це було цікаво найменшій дитині, і щоб це цікаво
with paint yourself booklets so that even young kids would find it interesting. Both kids from kindergarten and in junior school.
Поляків, як вони зацікавлюють дітей.
And I noticed how the Polish people involve young kids into this. It's important.
Коли я тепер побачила, це не так багато, але знаєте, от, працюючи в тому коледжі, який вже коледж зараз там інститут, і коледж професійний є, і я один час побачила, що просто нівелюється традиція.
So what I observed is the traditions of Kosiev ceramics have been ignored. A beautiful Baltic state ceramics, which I love a lot.
Що все ж таки наша традиційна, ми тут.
So I started saying, here we are. We're here in Kosiev to develop what is ours. That doesn't mean that we are like... And all the work done before UNESCO, it drew attention of the youth. And when the students applaud you, that it really happens, that it's fashionable, that the whole world loves it, that it's not only because they included it into the list of heritage items of UNESCO. You need to make it popular. Back in the 19th century, Alexei Bakhmatyuk, our best artisan, became popular because Austrian Prince Franz Josef ordered 2 ovens, ceramic ovens from him, and he became prominent and famous.
Це обов'язково потрібно. Це те, що
That's something that artisans need. And when I launched the first festival, painted ceramics, and how you do it? Bringing your own kids and grandkids. The visitors came and started crying because it was focused on the ceramic artists, like in your case, Reshetilivka. You need to focus so much on making it popular and promote it.
Який є сьогодні аспірантом, але він зробив сам, зробив собі свою кав'ярню керамічну.
And the youngest from the Chorny family now launched his own coffee shop, making works that are not worse than that of his father.
І тому я не є песиміст, я все ж таки оптимістичний.
I'm quite optimistic in this regard, actually. And I can only hope.
На день кілька питань, дзвінків, цей центр, який багато таких для ФОПів, де бізнес буде розвиватися.
So that will be like a hub involving lots of businesses and entrepreneurs.
Сучасні підходи робити, сучасні, для того, щоб давати розуміти, ви потрібні.
Helping to understand that you are needed.
І тоді буде продовження династії.
That we need those artists.
Зафіксували питання, що є проблема в освіті, і ми будемо співпрацювати з Міністерством
They need to work on this.
Це дуже важливо, власне, починати і шкільну освіту, я би сказала, ще в садочках. Тобто діти малюють, але, як ви кажете, я бачила цю замальовку вашу унікальну, яку ми плануємо робити.
Those painted jugs, I've seen them. Oh yeah. We need to help you promote those unique products indeed. Back to making things popular. This year we've seen great collaboration of our mall called Zoom with Ganchara workshop that's in the windows of their mall placed the items that were so much liked by shoppers, even those who are doing window shopping. So there is an example of collaboration of artists with retail. So my next question would be to the artisans. Why not collaborate with owners of hotels, restaurants, fashion houses, delivering cool products while still preserving our traditions, making them stylish, fashionable, so that not only Boris Johnson will put our plain cockerels on his windowsill, but others as well. So, Dmitro, my next question is about tourism. After the war is over, and people can fly in finally into the country, this country would be of great interest to international tourists. So what sightseeing programs could we offer them, including visits to the workshops of the artisans and craftsmen from other creative industries? For this to happen, we need to think how to appropriate funds for this.
Хотів згадати, тут у нас Полтавська область добре представлена, але я хотів згадати...
Well, Poltava region is well presented here, but let me tell you about another focal point of artisans, Opishnya, which is a tourist destination now. Every week, a couple of large tourist buses come to the museum of clay pottery in Opishnya, attend master classes. Well, so such artisan-focused tourism is present even now, but for it to become a success, we need to market those services and, secondly, preserve the traditions and practices that are passed from generation to generation, thus increasing the value of their products. So what Opishnya is doing now, they have a college that trains kids, and they plan to start offering some ability to vent out their artistic skills. And the college director is talking to retail networks, asking them whether they would be interested to promote those items so that the young people whom, as you said, find it easier to get employed as waitresses, well, why not become an artisan? So that's all about marketing, and for that, you need to have relevant skills. As to the preservation of traditions, that's the job of the government, and the government has already come up with a concept paper on the earmarked government's budgetary program with a focus on preserving the traditions through collaborations, as we already discussed today, and helping to place a larger price tag on those items, thus generating enough revenues to pay more to the artisans, who would pay more taxes to the budget.
Сьогодні для експорту тих малих бізнесів, які займаються,
For small businesses, to export their products, there are two predicaments: PayPal payment systems and ELZY payment. ELZY.
великих маркетплейсів закрив доступ.
ELZY platform has closed its functionality for the Ukrainians to open e-store at their platform. But I heard about some success stories when some Ukrainian artists sell their items through ELZY. Yeah, but they take convoluted ways, roundabout ways. We need to offer them straightforward opportunities. Yeah, not only at ELZY platform, but at others as well. That's we can work together with, where artisans could promote their products. At least the ministries of economics and the Ministry of Information Policy and the Ministry of the Digital Transformations and the Parliament should start drafting letters to help unblock access to such tool sets and platforms needed for sales. Well noted. Speaking about the promotions, let's talk about the gifts and presents. Every time you travel elsewhere, you bring some souvenirs as gifts to your relatives. So in Ukraine, you can buy a lot and as presents to your foreign friend. And I want to avoid using the word souvenirs, but rather high-quality presents and gifts. And we come up with this registry of craftsmen and artisans to have a clear understanding, with the help of our new labeling system, what's the quality of the works that they and products they manufacture. And here, the promotion could involve Ukrainian VIPs, as well as those of us Ukrainians who travel abroad and promote those items, bringing them as presents to your foreign friends. Last year, we carried out a festival called Etnika, and we sold everything. Our stocks were cleared, even though we couldn't have dreamt about this. So the demand is out there. And such festivals allows us to step outside of our comfort zone, but otherwise, how could we know where to improve the quality and where to make added value? For instance, Gunya project, which we all love and respect, wear and present to others. So, ladies, thank you for making them such nice and soulful items.
And I know they've been working very hard with Ukrainian craftsmen, so thank you to them. Maria, would you like to add something? I'd just like to basically say that Opishna is a great place, but it enjoys some solid government funding. Truth be told, the money is being spent for a great effect. And yeah, I mean, if only there were more places like this. Because everywhere else, most craftsmen have to fend for themselves and find ways to survive. Good thing you mentioned Etnika. That's a good example of government support, ministry support for different interesting exhibitions for our craftsmen, helping them sell their products. Yeah, that's been great help so far. So yeah, we're going to wrap this up. Are there any more questions in the audience?
Хвильку вам.
Just wait, just a second. Grab the microphone first.
Олег Земнохов.
Name is Oleg Zimnukhov. You know, when we spoke about preserving rare crafts from extinction, I thought about an idea. How about we create a red book of endangered crafts and arts? And, you know, we want to involve historians, scientists, scholars, provide historical background, and try and perhaps revive these traditions. Because having some sort of a red book of these endangered or extinct craft and arts will go a long way towards helping recover the lost knowledge. Because, you know, arts and knowledge will always live on. All you have to do is find the proverbial tablet where secret information is encoded and hopefully bring them back from extinction. Thank you. Well, to sum it up, today we talked a lot about traditions, traditional crafts and art, and preservation of these traditions and development of these traditions as well, and the need to scale up these traditions. We spoke about education as well, and we spoke about promotion and export potential. This is a big topic, really. And I'd just like to thank Ukrainian craftsmen and artisans for keeping up the good work. And I know Maria's son is fighting right now, but those craftsmen who have stayed in Ukraine and are continuing to produce their beautiful works, I think they deserve a round of applause and a big, big thank you. Now, I'd like to thank all of our speakers. I'd like to especially thank Maria and Vladislav for taking their time and coming here from Reshetylivka and Kosev, respectively. I know the road's been difficult, the weather is not cooperating, so thank you very much indeed. I would like to thank the Information Policy Ministry for bringing us all together and for making the impossible possible. I would also like to thank the Minister personally and Mrs. Galina Grigorenko for her continual support. I would like to also extend my thanks to Anastasia Bratsova and her excellent team, who has always been there for us despite all the circumstances. And I also thank all the members of the audience. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of other interesting things to discuss the next time around. And also thank you to the Armed Forces of Ukraine. And we will never grow tired of thanking our military for allowing us to live and thrive and develop ourselves, you know. So, Creative Industry Development Office that works under auspices of the Ministry of Culture is open for cooperation and collaboration, and I call upon international donors to come and see us. We have many different options available, many different cooperation formats, available, and I'm sure we'll be able to make some investment impact in the long run. So our doors are open. Thank you, and together towards victory.
З'явилась нова назва, і це наша панель. Панель, яка називається
Right, this panel is dedicated to fashion industries in times of war. The aesthetics of resistance. Felt like giving it a proper name, a very catchy name, and we all realize only too well that resistance is our lives. Yeah, resistance is how we live and what we live through. Also displaying traits that we thought were never available to us, including things like boldness and things like resilience, primarily. You know, resilience is really our only shot at survival, at victory, at building our future properly. And creativeness, of course. You know, creativeness is a national trait, the ability to think outside the box in any situation. I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists. And by the way, my name is Irina Danilevska, and I'm head of the CEO of Ukrainian Fashion Week and head of the expert committee of Ukrainian Fashion Council, and I represent Ukrainian Fashion Council. And I would like to introduce Marina Loseva, who is the founder of Ukrainian Fashion Education Group and a famous educator, and my fellow Ukrainian Fashion Week colleague, Ivan Frolov, my favorite designer and head of Frolov brand, and Katya Silchenko, who we all know as a founder and director of The Code by Katya Silchenko brand. And she is a member of the expert committee of Ukrainian Fashion Council as well. So, back to resilience. Back in the days of COVID pandemic, which we thought was to become our hardest challenge that we would ever have to face, didn't happen that way. So back in those days, there was this project that I really followed, I really enjoyed following, and it was about resilience in times of hardship. And they spoke about resilience in life, something that Ukrainians are now considering their intrinsic national trait. And that's something we're experiencing these days as well. I mean, we all realize that every brand, every human being, every human being's path towards resilience is different. It depends on our capabilities, our stories, the DNA of our brands, if you will, and the stories that we choose for ourselves. And that's something we're going to be talking about during this panel. So, a few housekeeping remarks. Here's how we're going to do it. I would like each of our speakers and Nadia Zyak from Nadia Zyak brand to join us online to take turns discussing this issue. But first we will watch a video. And after we've done watching that video, I would like you to take 5 or 7 minutes to tell us the story of your brand and how your brand survived or is surviving through this winter. You know, fashion industry is very seasonal, unlike other industries. And trust me, this season has probably become the hardest, the most difficult season to go through. So, I would like our technical experts to play us a Nadia Zyak's video.
Мабуть, це моя найскладніша і найголовніша колекція у житті. Я почала працювати над нею ще у листопаді минулого року. Тоді у повітрі все було пронизане передчуттям війни, у яку ми, на жаль, не могли повірити до останнього. Та я вже щось відчувала, і колекція виходила повністю чорна. Ми шили цю колекцію, а потім настало 24 лютого, і все. Проте я собі пообіцяла, що незважаючи ні на що, ми повинні творити, і ми повинні закінчити цю колекцію. Мої любі дівчата, мої геройки, хто залишився в Україні і хто повернувся, вони повернулися до роботи і вони продовжили працювати над колекцією. А я зараз у Відні, і я з ними онлайн створювала цю колекцію і створюю її зараз. Я дивлюсь на них через екран телефона, дивлюсь на свою студію і плачу. Частину тканин і різних моїх фактур мені надіслали сюди, до Відня. І тут я сама, як колись в університеті, пошила і шию деякі речі. Також я тут знайшла фантастичну дівчинку Вікторію з Харкова, яка також втекла від війни. І ми з нею тут шиємо і пошили частину колекції. Я дуже люблю деформацію тканин, дуже люблю мої всі ці плісе, люблю викладувати з них такі геометричні візерунки. І це плісе вже багато років нам виробляє одне підприємство у Харкові. І перебуваючи під постійними обстрілами, ці надзвичайні хлопці виготовили і виготовляють нам наше фірмове плісе. Із нього створена частина цієї колекції. Це безцінно і це ще раз підтверджує нашу силу та незламність. Це про те, що ніколи не можна здаватися, бо світ обов'язково переможе темряву. Ми віримо, що наша Україна переможе.
Надюша, привіт! Вітаємо тебе!
Nadia, hello. I'm so happy to see you. Such a moving video clip. And you know, we ran in Malta Fashion Week right ahead of Maria's part, Maria's presentation. So Nadia, what was your season like? How did you manage to live through it?
Всім доброго дня.
Hello, everyone.
Доброго дня із незламного Дніпра.
Hello, everyone from Dnipro.
Доброго дня незламному Києву.
Hello to my native Kiev.
Може чуєте щось, то це ви чуєте звук генератора.
And if you can hear that sound in the background, it's the sound of a power generator slowly humming away. It's the sound of our strength, the sound of our resilience.
Ми дійсно бренд, який
We are a
10 років виробляє фантастичні
We are a brand that has been around for dozens of years now, and we've been producing beautiful see-through dresses. We have a beautiful team of 15 ladies, and that team stayed intact for 15 years now, has worked together for 15 years now. We're one big family, and it was on February the 15th that I saw my team in full for the last time. First couple of months were very difficult because everyone fled. It was confusion all over. We couldn't get our act together. And I'm sure other designers felt the same way as well. And in June, then, we realized that we couldn't just sit and not do anything. We had to start doing something. You know, being in Western Europe, I just managed to source a sewing machine, just started embroidering flowers, you know, making these beautiful flowers and just giving them away to anyone who would want to have them. Because I just felt like I needed to do something, get busy somehow. And so in June, we made a decision to keep working. And Ira Danilevska, I mean, she gave us a real impetus, real push to keep doing what we were always doing. So she called us and said, "Look, you know, there's a chance you can show your collection in Malta." And I told her, "Look, Ira, we don't have anything to show. The collection is in a very rough shape. It's not finished. The team has been scattered all over the world. Lots of uncertainty." And to which she said, "No, you must do it. You will attend that show." And at that time, I was in Vienna. So working with my colleagues online, I actually had to learn how to compose my fabrics online and basically do all the arrangements online. And the team was great help. They did a tremendous job working online. I was also able to find some partners here, local partners here in Vienna, some Ukrainian ladies residing in Vienna at that time. And that's how we soldiered through, basically, working in a hybrid mode with people in Vienna and people in Ukraine online. And we succeeded, you know. And we've been, this is a side note, you know, we've been producing our plissé fabric for many years now, working exclusively with a fabric manufacturer in Kharkiv. They are probably the only ones out there in the world who can really deliver the product that we're looking for. And you know, we all know what happened in Kharkiv. It was living hell. It was a nightmare, and we just couldn't get ourselves to give them a call and ask them how they were doing. And when we finally managed to gather strength to make that phone call and ask them how they were doing, we learned that they were doing okay, and they were working nonetheless, despite all the circumstances, despite the war. They were just doing their thing, despite all the damage and all these terrible threats that they had to face. And that really tipped the scale for me. And I felt that, okay, these guys are working still, then we can do the same as well. You know, the labels we attach to our products, on a label it says this product was produced by unconquered ladies of Dnipro, and the fabric was manufactured by people of courage from Kharkiv. So, you know, this is what the resilience is all about. This is what it means to me. I'm in Dnipro right now, and we just keep working, right? We've got a power generator on, and yes, it's cold. It is very cold. It is very difficult to keep working, but the very fact that we do gives us courage and gives us strength and resilience and the drive to push on through. Thank you, Nadia. I know you're experiencing communication issues. It would have been great if you could attend in person. It would have been great if you could stay along for the rest of the discussion. But, you know, if you feel like you need to disconnect, please, by all means. And please do. I wish you all the best, all the success. Thank you. My kudos go out to all our designers. You know, we are victorious. We have already won. And, you know, I've always been very vocal about it, and that's why I had my Facebook account banned a couple of times. Say, you know what? We're going to win no matter what. Now, over to Ivan Frolov. But let's watch your video first, okay? Shall we? Yes. Yes, please.
Ми почали поступово працювати, запускаємо новий проєкт. Він благодійний, тому що, мабуть, в кожного зараз є думки про те, як він може бути корисним.
З першого дня повномасштабного вторгнення ми переформатували наше виробництво на військові рейки. Ми займалися пошиттям розгрузок, плитоносок, уніформи нестандартних розмірів, сумок і так далі.
Зараз ми працюємо над благодійним проєктом. Це світшоти з серцями. Серця виконані в жовто-блакитних кольорах України. Своєю вишивкою цих сердець ми хочемо передати дітям, які зараз опинилися в скрутному становищі, нашу любов, натхнення, що життя продовжується, що війна закінчиться і все буде добре.
Весь прибуток від продажів буде перечислений в фонд Маші Фросініною. Ці гроші будуть витрачені на допомогу дітям.
Прикольний цей проєкт ще тим, що власник такої речі матиме в своєму гардеробі унікальну річ. Річ з вишивкою, якої не буде більше ні в кого. Це щось схоже на наші українські історичні наряди, коли в кожному регіоні в усіх була вишивка, але у всіх вона була різною. Ми таки трошки осучаснили це, мабуть.
В вишивці цих серцях я використовував такі техніки, як
полтавське глецзнавством, качалочка, хаотична техніка, яку я називаю стіносолома, та техніка вишивкою бісером та стеклярусом.
Дуже приємно, що люди, які будуть мати ці світшоти, вони будуть відчувати себе також, як і вся наша команда, частиною великої допомоги.
Це творчість, яка допомагає, і наш бренд, він славиться тим, що ми в будь-якій ситуації можемо своєю творчістю допомогти людям.
Бо нам треба дуже сильно допомагати підростаючим поколінням. Це дуже важливо, бо майбутнє покоління – це майбутнє нашої держави.
Перші 3 слова, які виникають під час вишивання – це любов, турбота і мир.
Єдине, про що дуже мрію, щоб Україна перемогла в цій війні і якнайшвидше, щоб все закінчилося і якнайменше людей постраждало, особливо дітей. Поки що на цьому етапі це головне.
Кожен українець сьогодні мріє про перемогу, однозначно, безкомпромісно.
Чекаємо на перемогу. Слава ЗСУ!
Так. Отже, сезон бренду Фролов.
So let's talk about Frolov brand. You know, I chose this video on purpose. It is very special for me, very dear to my heart. That was probably the first project that we embarked on after we came back to our creative hub, our manufacturing production facility in the heart of Kiev. You know, the first couple of months we opened our doors to all the volunteers and all those who were willing to produce clothes for our military, for example, right? And then 2 months after it, after discussing it with the team, we realized that what we wanted to do instead was to launch a project that will help raise funds for Ukrainian children, and that's when we signed an MOU with Masha Efrosinina, and all the proceeds of our work, from selling these sweatshirts, were spent on helping the kids through Masha Efrosinina Foundation. Obviously, we pursue 3 main goals: fundraising, charity fundraising. That's 1. 2 is the fact that this project effectively allowed us to hire 30% more staff, which is important. It's a big deal for me because back then, you know, a profession of embroidery craftsman wasn't in high demand at all, you know, and that's why a lot of these unique craftsmen had to, do odd jobs instead of staying focused on their art.
But embroidery became DNA of our country, and the high-level artisans should actually promote and facilitate this, because everyone should be willing to apply their own embroidery techniques. I mean, the form is unique, and at the website of our hub, you can either follow the patterns of the artisan or come up with your own design of such a heart. And each heart is numbered, and we have a catalog where you can select the shape of the heart that you choose. And for me, that was the game changer. I finally felt, and my team felt, that we are helping those kids. 500,000 transferred, 1 million, now 2 million grivnas earned through selling those sweatshirts. And now that the winter is coming, along with Sergei Pritula's foundation and the Nest company, we joined their charity project. Again, it not only supports others, this initiative of ours, but first and foremost, it supports and helps us to persevere and keep helping our soldiers. Also, it was important for me to offer employment opportunities and to my staff, and again,
Щоб реалізувати колекції, так ми реалізували.
This was achieved by us launching our first high couture collection, which we presented at the summer Paris haute couture event.
Цього сезону цей вересень був дуже важливий для багатьох українських брендів, тому що він був вирішальним.
September 2022 proved to be vital for lots of Ukrainian brands, helping us to retain our place at the marketplace. And we focus on having new collections presented in September in New York, Milano, Paris, and we're grateful to those people who cared enough to support us, facilitating our attendance of those international events and showrooms.
Рівню там прибутку на внутрішньому ринку ми маємо
with such a small revenue margin at the domestic market, we can now fully cater to the international markets, thus not only making our brands alive and kicking, but also support our employees. Another important victory of our brand this year is that after 6 months of negotiations, we became the first Ukrainian brand that signed ingredient partner agreement with Swarovski company. A unique opportunity for all of us and a small victory to me personally, because finally we helped Swarovski company to open a separate office in Ukraine, separating it from head office in the terrorist country. So we are finally we don't belong to that region that terrorist countries' office heads, but we are part of the region of Poland, Czech Republic, and Austria, because that was a principled precondition for us to work with this brand. Initially, they refused, but we managed to convince them at the end of the day, and again, small victory to me. So that was how this year's season was for us. Yeah. That was quite an interesting success story indeed. And on behalf of everybody present here, both viewers and listeners, I would like to congratulate Fedorov Foundation with such a success. But now that you became brand partner of Swarovski here in Ukraine, and that through your determination and being ready to fight for your integrity, yeah? It became the precedent for other Eastern European brands to alienate the head offices from the terrorist state, yeah? Good job, well done. And inspiring at that. Marina, before I pass the floor to you, let me just
Ukrainian Fashion Week і фешн-видання.
mention straight away that
Цієї роботи на початку
the Ukrainian Fashion Week
цієї гарячої фази нашої війни присвятили тому, що ми
dedicated
багато писали в
lots of efforts at the beginning of the invasion
припинити співпрацювати з
when we wrote to international brands pleading with them to stop working with the enemy's partners and to leave their markets. We wrote letters to modeling agencies urging them to refuse to hire Russian models.
почалася
And
навесні.
we launched this campaign springtime on the eve of launching male fashion weeks and haute couture events. Well, we partially succeeded, so that was still an important partial victory. So after Marina and after Katya, I represent our brand and tell you about how our season was, because such success stories show that we are ready to achieve success on many fronts, generating revenues and cultural diplomacy, because fashion capitals had Ukraine sounding all over that place when Ukrainian designers carried out their presentations, had their showrooms or pop-ups.
Цей сезон показав Україну.
We finally made it possible to present Ukraine as a country that translates the ongoing atrocities and never-ending pain of our people. But the whole world should recognize us as the country not of martyrs, but of artisans and craftsmen, people who can generate emotional products with lots of talents involved.
Тоді можна зараз одну секунду, все-таки розкажи, що це, Марин? Отже, Марина Лосєва.
This is Marina Loseva from UFAG.
Прожили, да, цей сезон. Добре. Це наша робота, яку ми показали на цьому сезоні.
This is something that we presented at Digital Week, Cybercrafted Soul. This is Meta Universe dedicated to our culture. This was the result of the work of our instructors and students. But let's first enjoy the video.
Отже, ми побачили фільм «Фактичну колекцію створену».
So this video presented the collection created by mentors and students of the Ukraine Fashion Education Group, which is the largest private fashion college in Ukraine, and Marina Loseva is its co-founder. Thank you for inviting me here. And it will be my pleasure to talk to you about the resilience. The fact that I sit here with you today is thanks to our team, mentors and students. We persevered.
5-7 хвилин вмістити ці майже 10 місяців.
It's tough to boil down 10 months into 5 or 7 minutes because it was fast forwards for all of us all this time. We're originally from Kharkiv, which tells you a lot. So when the invasion happened, the first morning, the fighting was happening 4 kilometers away from my house, close to Belgorodsky highway, and I was really scared. And I heard stories of our mentors who never left Kharkiv still. They're my personal heroes. They were delivering classes in body armor, in bomb shelters, so inspiring pictures indeed. But we left, and I was super stressed. But usually I focus my attention at those times, and it saved me. We were driving towards Dnipro to my sister. It took us quite a while, all the traffic jams, and it took us a while to leave the city. I recognized that I have only 5 hours to decide what happens next, and by the time we reached Dnipro, I had to have this decision ready. I had to preserve UFAG and my team, so with the effort of further developing, because I personally tempered my will in New York, where I stayed with local Ukrainian diaspora. I talked with the people who preserved our culture. I talked to the ladies who were fighting in as guerrilla troops in the 1950s against the Soviet occupiers. So I couldn't believe whether this terrorist state let us go. But when the invasion started, I had the full picture in front of my inner eye, and I recognized that finally we have a chance to persevere unlike the previous generation. So when I arrived to Dnipro, I called Valeria, the Kharkiv manager, and I said, come next day, UFAG opens free of charge fashion campuses. So that was the first task, to stabilize everyone, mentors, students, myself. And people's feedback was that thanks to this well-chosen format of talking to one another, it helped everyone to never give up. Actually, my background is that of social sciences. Yeah, I wrote the manual on the theory of fashion, and again, I'll tell you more how it helped us later. I definitely recognize that this is the fight not only for our identity but for our mentality, because when people are scared, they stop being creative, stop evolving, and so I had to come up with some mental construct, some space that has room for war, and we started talking about our new mission, about the fashion trends, and it's helped people to exhale. So we never lost focus, and those new formats worked out quite well. And now we help shaping the image of the future. But that was not enough, because we had to remain creative ourselves. The terrorist state has shelled our fashion school in Kharkiv, because that building was close to the governor's office, and when they shelled the governor's office, they damaged our building, and the only undamaged item was the bookshelves with books. So it was a sign to me. Let's focus on becoming more intense on how to continue our evolution, creating new senses. And my colleague Elena Brikhanova, who had contacts at the Digital New York Fashion Week, and we decided to apply. They looked at our portfolio, our previous works, and accepted us. So finally, I recognized that we lack the skills that are needed to make it happen. So I told everyone, that's high time for us to launch cyber-crafted fashion class, which combines various training programs, brick by brick. And we came up with a matrix of how to make this exhibition, and what's important that people focus on this, and they didn't have time for fear. Also, we kept launching new training classes. This summertime, we met so many talented, bright students. We retained all our professors. Along with Yakabu, we relaunched the digital book of mine, because the printing house in Kharkiv has been damaged. So all of the profits from this sales of this digital book, we donate to the Armed Forces of Ukraine. And thanks to you, we went to the Fashion Week European Council for 15 days. And on the one hand, that was a way to support us, but on the other hand, we're making the presentations, and they think to themselves, wow, you know something, you're doing something great. And it's increased our self-esteem. We decided to visit Paris and Milan again, and at one of them we visited Maison et Objet as part of the Paris Design Week, where we met two beautiful brands, one from Kharkiv, another from Dnipro. Surprise, surprise. And so we became friends. They made the design of the objects. So what was important for me, not only to stay strong and to persevere, but to demonstrate to my team that all the challenges could be transformed into opportunities. And we still managed to do that. I'll be ready to respond to your questions. You have also... Oh, yeah. After they shelled our building in Kharkiv, and to have the offline opportunities, we opened headquarters in Kyiv and the English version of our website. Great news indeed.
Запрошення до слова Каті Сільченко саме після виступу Марини.
Giving the floor to Katerina Silchenko after Marina's speech, is quite symbolic because Katya constantly talks about the need to educate new staff, and unfortunately such issues are so painful that we decided to not raise them here. But let me remind those who just joined us, this module is about fashion, and we'll talk about how fashion could be resilient. Here's another video with the latest collection of the Code brand, and then the floor would go to Katya Sinchenko. Job well done. New collection and this beautiful collaboration. We've seen our First Lady, Ms. Elena Zelensky, wearing sneakers. This was your collaboration with the Italians and your pixel patterned capsule. So tell us more about this. Yeah, but let me start with an icebreaker. Being creative people with so many biases. And they asked me, are you a reflector? That was about 2 years ago. It's 1% of humanity, people who mirror this world. And the reflectors stay cool when there's beauty around them, but at the time of war, they die, they drink a lot, but I survived. And I thought, well, how could war affect me, right? And it was 2 years ago. So I decided to have beauty around me. So the war started. That's back to the biases. Don't believe everything. Of course, it started with a hellish depression. I was procuring some materials, and as a mother I was supposed to come back here on February the 24th, and my child calls me at night and says that the war has started. And I tried to observe how would I react to this, and I then recalled that I attended the Last Hero show, and it was quite a challenging experience for me. And I asked myself, so what would be my next steps? And I called my Italian partners. I brought my child to Italy, and I said to them, remember, I came up with a collaboration with you, but you guys are not punctual. You don't feel what timely is, because those sneakers collaboration with Italians was aimed to coincide with the 30th anniversary of our independence, but they mixed the colors, and I told them I was keeping those colors in front of your eyes. And then I told them, Now you finally recognize why the colors of the Ukrainian flag are so important. I give you 1 week, and that's what they delivered. I found the manufacturing facilities in Lviv, brought our team there, the spring collection was ready, and now the collaboration started, and the First Lady meets Jill Biden. Tremendous feedback, lots of orders. We had 30 parcels sending out a day, and as our website mentions, we shared our revenues as donations to the charity funds, more than 1 million hryvnias, and then 500,000 more until next spring. Next.
Жінки приходять і кажуть, Боже, я теж хочу бути причасною, я хочу якийсь образ, розумієш, щось таке.
Lots of Ukrainian ladies started asking me, well, now that we cannot wear the official military uniform, BDUs, what should I do then? And then I use pixel patterns, hiding the whole map of Ukraine under that, making this capsule, this drop, but it looks like a full-fledged collection, and the youth was beside themselves with joy and quite interested in that collection. So after the spring-summer collection, after collaboration, that was the second collection of ours. Then Irina calls me and says, Copenhagen Fashion Week. And I said, how about if we deliver online demonstration?
Працювали і зробили колекцію весна-літа.
But my team managed to film the video in Pirogovo Architectural Village, which is quite authentic with the beautiful background music and all those images with beautiful landscapes. So we received lots of orders. We shared some of the details of this collection with the influencers. That was the third collection. And the final collection, Autumn Winter, which caters to those ladies who answer the question, what do you need? I need 8 million Ukrainian ladies to come back home to Ukraine.
Because we were able to preserve the team, you know, we have 50 staff, we have 20 people that we contract on an ad hoc basis. You know, these guys are all doing great. And, you know, we understand that a lot of people need to and want to support us, and the best way you can do it is by coming back home. Just today, you know, in my showroom, a lady showed up, and she has moved her family to Lithuania, to Vilnius, and she pretty much came back here to build, you know, to build a look for herself, you know, and buy our threads, basically. That's great, you know. The online is doing great. Our online shop's doing great, and you know, there's also such a thing as a word of mouth, you know, and if somebody's wearing one of our threads abroad, it naturally creates interest, and more people are then, you know, buying our stuff. So this year, we were able to reach the sales figures of, you know, 70 to 80% of what we had last year on a year-on-year basis. So So yeah, we're slowly returning to the norm, at least in our online sales. There's a bit of a reduction right now, especially here in the city because of the recent missile attacks. But yeah, this is temporary. Yeah, that's what we believe in as well. We have no doubt that the victory is nigh. And I almost forgot I was about to present something about Ukrainian Fashion Week, the brand that I represent. So let's watch a video real quick.
Коли ми зрозуміли, що у нас не буде сезону,
Now, when we figured out that we won't be doing a show in Ukraine, we reached out to 15 different fashion weeks all over the world to ask them to invite Ukrainian designers to showcase their collections. Not everyone responded though, but the majority did. We had 11 fashion weeks that we are in negotiations with, and we chose 9 fashion weeks. You'll see these numbers up on the screen later on. So yeah, we joined forces with 9 fashion weeks all over the world, and this collaboration helped 43 different Ukrainian designers showcase their collections in these 9 countries. That's the video from Madrid. Thank you.
стартували ми на Мальті, в липні, закінчили ми.
So we kicked it off in Malta, and we concluded it in the LA, the mega fashion week over there. And I actually asked our designer to use my quote here. It is a very good quote. It's a very important quote. And it just really shows what the Ukrainians are all about, in terms of the resilience that we're here to talk about and solidarity. Little did I know that, fashion stands out not only for diversity, inclusiveness, and freedom, and inclusiveness, and diversity.
Виявить такий рівень солідарності.
Well, just show. I mean, little did I realize that all these counterparts of ours would show such a solidarity. Because fashion does indeed demonstrate solidarity. And fashion weeks, organizers, they were of tremendous help in terms of organizing everything, footing the bill, and funding the designers' stay in those countries, So In other words, we never had to pay a single penny for participating in any of these fashion weeks, 9 in total. And lots of people were offering their help free of charge. Models were working free of charge for us, just to show solidarity with the Ukrainians. And as it turned out, the season became a success story. And as Ivan mentioned, the ability of an industry or even separate brands to survive through this brutal times of hardship is an indication of whether the whole country is going to make it. You know, this fall showed us that we can do it. You know, we are strong and we're capable, and as long as we believe, we can get things done.
Я не була така активна в соцмережах в цей період, як
Now, obviously, I had to stay away from social media these first couple of months. I mean, the first post I made on Facebook was in March, and I just posted a couple of words, you know, we need to survive, we need to overcome, we need to endure. And as I was posting this, as I was writing this, I realized that it could be a call for action, you know, to try and reach out to other designers, reach out to institutions, to provide help to one another, to buy fabric, to buy couture fabric and other things, you know, just to keep making those plate carriers and webbing for our military. I think I've already told the story to someone. You know, Elena Varzbit called me to say that, look, you know, their sewing machines are experiencing significant transition from making dresses of silk to making military fatigues of ripstop. So the season was all about resilience, was all about staying strong. It was not just difficult, it was extremely, outlandishly difficult. But I think it helped Ukrainian brands realize that they can endure, they can survive. And again, I mean, obviously it depends on the brand's DNA, etc. But I think all of us were able to realize that we've got what it takes to survive and thrive. So I just want to take a few minutes to ask you guys about, you know, what was important for you, you know, in terms of preserving your brands. Ivan, you go ahead first. Well, without a doubt, for us, it was our team. The team was our motivation and the priority number one. It was all about ensuring their safety early on into this war. That's why we had to shut down our facility and pretty much let everyone be on their way, you know, whether they want to go see their families or flee the country, you know. But then the team took some time off and then they came back and they made it of their own volition. That was the choice they made, and that became a motivation for us. You know, there's no question about whether we want to continue or we want to shut or close down shop. No, that's not about it. We will continue every single day. You know, our facility is situated right next to the military hospital. And as we go to work every single day, we see those servicemen, some of them brutally wounded and injured, And as we go, as we walk, we say hello and we say thank you. And that gives us a powerful motivation. For as long as we have hands and arms and legs, we will continue. So this is not about, whether we want to continue or not. We will continue. We must. And for me personally, one thing that matters a lot as well is the fact that, we've retained our location, our facility. Our facility is intact, is in one piece, and it's really important for us to have been able to return to our original facility, to stay in Ukraine, to work in Ukraine, and manufacture stuff here in Ukraine and provide employment opportunities for Ukrainians here in Ukraine. And another thing of importance for us is to is to make sure that our buyers, our clients, who are mostly located outside the country, can still receive their items, the goods that were made for them on time when they need it. And just to give you an example, this is a thing that happened to me the other day. When the lights went out as a result of yet another missile attack, and we had to sit without power for quite a while. And as we were basically experiencing the blackout, realizing that a renowned international artist is waiting for their shipment. They're waiting for the package of goods they ordered, and that we need to send that parcel via bus to the Polish border for it to be picked up and taken to Warsaw Airport to be flown to London, where that person was waiting. And we realized that we actually had to push on through without lights, because unless we finished that order that night, that parcel would never make it to the buyer on time. So basically, we had to crank our machines manually. We broke every single labor safety technology rule that was to break. That equipment was never intended to be operated that way, but we nevertheless did what we had to do to finish that order and to send it on its way. And my team is the best. They're one of the kind. Even if we didn't have any machines, my guys would just take a needle and they would just saw everything manually. That's how we roll. So this is who we are. Yeah, we are setting an example here. We are influencers. You've made us into influencers, right? Haven't you? And, after I've participated in Ukrainian Fashion Week, I've experienced a significant shift in attitude to my person. Someone who has been through Ukrainian Fashion Week. And, me and Yvonne and people like us, we keep getting asked these questions. You guys can't leave. You can't leave the country. Why don't you? And I tell them, look, because this is a conscientious choice that I've made to stay. I have 250,000 followers on social media. And every day I keep emphasizing the message that I've had for my followers all these years that we are staying, we're not going anywhere. And people are highly moved by that fact. Even my mom wants me to leave, to which I respond, no, Mom, I'm staying. Some people think of us as children playing around. But it's not like that. I mean, look at my mom. She's from Kharkiv. I'm responsible for her. I'm responsible for all my staff. And I am the woman who takes up that responsibility and puts it on my shoulders. I can't just now sit down and say, okay, you know, I haven't got what it takes, I want to leave. This is no longer an option for me. Well, that deserves a hand for sure. So, I wholly second that. Ivan mentioned the importance of the team. Katya mentioned the importance of staying in Ukraine and maintaining and building these contacts and relationships with audiences here and abroad as well. You know, your retail, your clients. How do you preserve your clientele? How do you preserve your retail operation? Because this is what can really make or break the brand. Because this is money we're talking about. Well, thank you very much for this question. Yeah, this is a major challenge, you know, for all of us in retail. It was always important for me to stay flexible, in a sense that, you know, we as influencers are setting the trends, and we have to also be able to respond to those trends. You know, when the war started, it felt like Ukraine ended up in the center, in the heart of all things, and we felt like what we need to do is preserve our student base, you know, to make it more attractive, despite the circumstances. So we had to redo our curriculum, we had to redo our syllabus, and you know, we hear a lot of criticism from Ukrainian history scholars, essentially alleging that fashion designers have a little bit of a free hand in terms of how they interpret the heritage. So, you know, we wanted to address that. We wanted to delve deeper into the basics of the heritage and want to deliver the quality product for our students, regardless of where they are, regardless of whether they have power or not. So, you know, we've created some sort of a shift system where all our teaching staff are flexible enough to take over different groups of students on a, a case-by-case basis, on a needs basis, making sure that we focus our training and our schooling on things that are really important. Katya. Well, you know, I'm a woman, and I resonate deeply with other women. You know, our current collections are smaller in size, but they're more flexible. They're ever changing. If you follow us on Instagram, you see that we update our collection all the time. And that's my response to your question. How do we retain our clientele? By churning out new stuff all the time. I mean, originally I wanted to play a video from Copenhagen show, but I then realized it was a showcase of just a single collection. So instead I played you a video for different collections.
Ми проговорювали те, що час змінюється, ми
And, you know, times changing. And we have to keep up the pace, just stay flexible. And just to give you an example, you know, Vanya is sending a parcel to a star somewhere. You know, a star is someone, a celebrity is someone who is there to impress. But to be able to impress a star, a celebrity, needs someone like Ivan to design and manufacture the items that these celebrities will wear to influence the rest of us. So that's what I'm talking about, really. And this is a high-octane living, you know, fast-paced life, you know, having to create all the time, create something new all the time, and then churn out the volumes as well. So, and it is a stressful job, and that's something we want to take a closer look at. I also feel that the seasonality in the world of fashion will change eventually, because I mean, information delivery is so fast. I mean, you get news on Instagram every single second, and people get overexcited, and tomorrow what felt like a novelty yesterday will feel like something that's been you know, overused. So you need to produce new stuff constantly. So question to you, Yvonne. So that fast pace, or rather, let me backtrack it. So to succeed, does the brand need to be pure? Does it need to stay sort of true to itself? What's the essential prerequisite to success? Yeah, I mean, you're totally right. It was always our core rule from the get-go to stay true to ourselves. And, you know, the Frolov brand is all about sexuality, about corsets, about evening dresses, you know, and we stick to that stuff. We stick to that stuff. We stick to our identity. We don't produce dresses that look like military fatigues or use pixel dyes or something.
Для нас тому, але враховуючи ситуацію, ми безперечно як соціально активний бізнес.
But again, while we stay true to our core selves as a socially responsible business that we have always been, way before this war started, we can't just stay on the sidelines. So this project, you know, the embroidery project, Frolov Heart, it's a separate project. It's a separate enterprise, if you will. So it's completely separate from our main line, our main brand. Brand stays true to itself. So that's our attempt at doing some good for the country. We never intended for Frolov Heart sub-brand to grow the way it did, and we're fortunate that it did. So I think having seen the buyers coming to our showrooms in person and buying stuff and ordering stuff is a testament to the the fact that our brand is recognizable, and that's what they appreciate. Of course, we're using new fabrics, new technologies, and so on, but the core essence of the brand remains unchanged, remains the same, and we're based out of Kiev here, and a lot of our foreign clients are asking us, where are you guys based from? And we're based here in Kiev, and honestly, a lot of people find it surprising, but also it tells them something about our intentions, our resilience, and obviously, they have to vest a lot of trust in us, and we stay true to that. Katya, this one is for you. So how do you not cross that boundary? Well, yes. I mean, I don't like all this radicalism inside the country. I don't like that hate, and yeah, some people take things for inspiration and play with, patriotic ideas and stuff. And, Ivan is using unique embroidering techniques to highlight this patriotic note, this patriotic flavor. Me, I'm using pixel. But, I don't see a big issue there. I treat this normally, and that's what we do. This is who we are. I mean, you always have to start somewhere. There will always be haters. Haters will always hate, as they say. What's your opinion on this one? Well, I'm trying to be cautious, because it's important for any brand to preserve their identity. It's important for any person to preserve their identity.
Like with any individual, today we heard that there is national identity, but each brand needs to preserve its own identity at the same time. I definitely respect the statements made by Frolov brand and your brand, the coat, and I support you in this desire of yours to stay fashionable, relevant, support the country that is in the time of war. But still, let me ask you the question about setting the mark and being responsible to attain it, both in the arts and other creative industries. There's this feeling that they can excuse anything from us only if we claim that it comes from Ukraine with lower quality in terms of design and production, but they would excuse us for us being Ukrainians, and that's what concerns me a lot, and I want to learn your opinion about how high a mark should we keep, regardless of blackouts and no drinking water. My kid is a cheerleader, and they constantly compete. And as a person who was in ball dances, I can see that even though they're weak, they are not getting the places that they desire because they're kids from Ukraine. The jurors support them, but for us, it's customers and patrons from Canada, America, Europe, Australia. They support us with their own hard-earned dollar. Italians have their own Monte Napoleone, and if a person staying elsewhere and supports the brand and buys it, it's not because of what you just said. Well, you know what? the beautiful text messages that I see, they all state this is the result is better than to be expected. Like I was waiting for something for like 2 weeks and it finally arrived, but the result exceeded my expectations. Why? Because we constantly upgrade our techniques and machines and brainstorm with our team. And when they see the results of this effort, then once, twice, thrice a day we get this feedback. And I tell my team, girls, that's beautiful to hear indeed. We exceed their expectations. People don't waste money, and if they decide to buy a coat, well, they support us by writing a feedback. At least that's my take on it. You know what? What I feel is this. Thanks to the attention that the whole world gives us, it's the window of opportunity for Ukraine. Previously, this inferiority complex as part of the decolonization process was unfair. And then when I felt that I lacked some skills, that was a nightmare for me. How can I get to that high mark set by others? Because others will feel that I'm under-delivering and underperforming. But you're right. We need to set the high mark for other people to feel after the war that we need to be invited. Miss Ulana, being the moderator of her panel, correctly stated that we are working not only for today's survival, but for tomorrow's opportunities. Personally, I support any patriotic brand, regardless of the segment it falls into. Whether you support the Ukrainian culture, history, whether they're items, merchandise, looks, class, products, the world wants to see it on their shelves. So for me, it's all about the class of the brand.
Культурних обробок, так, в мас-маркет бренд. Ми не йдемо до Каті і чекаємо,
We don't come to Katya and expect that everything will be shown on overlook. Everything on the overlook, that was a swear word, actually. Well, yeah, you're right. All I meant is this. It's quite okay if it's just a merchandise, a merch, some T-shirts that are affordable, and nobody expects that it's going to be exceptional property. Of course, it might be of exceptional quality, and the fact that in most cases right now, and this is true for each particular Ukrainian brand, and in our case as well, is that the quality exceeds the expectations, which is a pleasure to our ears. This year, we attended one of the 3 best showrooms in the world, Showroom Tomorrow. That's present collections number 21 and other fashionable brands this year. Let me not enumerate all of them. And I was recalling my idol, Ira Karavai. If only she would see those dresses, the quality of other brands. And for them, thanks to marketing, the fact that they're in the top showroom, it's okay for them. For us, it would never work like that. Why? Because the attention to us is exceptional. And all we can do is keep exceeding the expectations of the whole world. That's what this country did on February the 24th, and we'll do this every single day until our victory. Yes, exceeding the expectations of the world. give us a hand for that. Here's Tatiana Avramova with us, the founder of Very 2 brand. Tatiana, I was trying to catch your eyes because we are all inspired with your latest collection, the one that was inspired by Marina Primachenko's works. So congratulations with this achievement. How tough it's to do with not textile products. I know that you plan to present it in Berlin. You said it on the spot, but I keep thinking about those people who are not exposed to your personal energy and charisma, unlike people here in this hall. So how about in the phrase creative industry, we can put a question mark. We talked about quality, we talked about the principles and priorities, the priorities to preserve the team, the partnership in horizontal ties, the manufacturers who cooperate with you and help you in your production, but still, it's penultimate, so that you need to hear this out from me. So, Ukraine or the outside world? The last question. I kind of mean markets first and foremost. Which markets we should orient ourselves at? How to preserve and retain our brands from the standpoint of business, from the standpoint of finances, which for all of us and the members of your team and for the whole country at large, through Texas, define our future. I would like to answer Ukraine as the center of the world. Each designer's brand in Ukraine faced in the first days of this full-scale invasion to relocate our businesses elsewhere, abroad, and launch full-fledged businesses abroad. But in the first days, the fashion industry supported us everywhere with materials and whatnot, and that was up to each brand to decide. But for me personally, I cannot understand how can I remain a Ukrainian brand or a brand with Ukrainian roots if I open business elsewhere paying taxes to another country. How could I remain a Ukrainian brand afterwards? I will just exploit and PR my brand that comes from Ukraine. So the company, being the resident and the taxpayer of Ukraine, I can still keep exporting and churning up the products for the outside world from Ukraine. These were the issues that were discussed even before February the 24th, and I'm thankful for the Ministry of Culture for inviting us for the think tank sessions with the minister. That's important. Thanks to those meetings, we finally showed the government that we are an industry, we are a business, we require investments, we can generate another financial results because we deliver colossal, non-tangible results already. Investing our own funds, the designers help to create the modern, cutting-edge, open-minded, the best nation image of the world. But we never felt any support because the communication was lacking. And we tried to find those ties, those connections before, helping the government to see our potential, why we need manufacturing facilities, why we require huge investment, and it's not risky because we are ready to transform those inventions into revenues and create the industry which after the metallurgy would be generating enough revenues to the budget. So now, when we are facing hard times indeed, recognizing that such industries as fashion industry, which might be exports things quite proactively, it requires an extra attention because it can generate lots of useful feedback. What else could be added here? I don't know. Katya? Ukraine and the outside world. Remember, we had this private conversation drinking coffee? I agree with Ivan. Like yesterday. Sasha Romansova addresses in Facebook, I do my job, but I don't know how to look like. They invited me, and I don't know how to properly look, and help me out. And we help even the First Lady to present us at the outside world. So we collect politicians, public persons, and VIPs, and then get new orders. In the time of war, I created a showroom and even doubled the premises, and people told me, are you crazy? Why do you invest into renovation? And it was early summer, but for the last 2 years, I've seen more and more foreigners around. So I come to a showroom and they speak English to me or some other language. And somebody comes from Vienna or New York or Poltava. That's the mix of people and nationalities that I met in my showroom. And people told me, well, I wanted to be there, and come to you. And that's my place on the map of Ukraine. And I thought to myself, wow, cool. But when this invasion started, I thought to myself, when it's over, we need to flourish to the extent that we will demonstrate to other people, please come back to Ukraine, the country, the victor country, and we will set up high mark of high quality products, beautiful landscapes, and you know what? When you go to sleep, you have dreams. You can see a new collection or some events or catwalk, and I'm dreaming about a beautiful demonstration, sharing experience with the other designers. Probably it might happen at the downtown of our capital. So I stay here, I work here, and I involve talented people who have no clue about fashion. So I collect them and send them out to the outside world so that they will fashionably and beautifully represent our country. That's my take on this. And as promised, our last question. And please, Marina, take the first go on it. But truth be told, the question is this. For me personally, It's quite complicated because Ivan asked me, what's your take on this? So, there's a question that is quite complicated to me. Moreover, once I asked this question to the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. Why? Because it pains me that we have no uniform message we can all work together with internationally. And fashion, 43 brands that demonstrated in 9 countries worldwide, 10 projects in 9 countries worldwide. So my dream is, why don't we convey that message? Why don't we hit the bullseye together? Because PR people, you know, well, they're quite obnoxious people. They earn money by repeating all the beautiful statements created by other people. And they just steal it, and then it becomes their own idea, the thought generated by them. So, Irina, last question again. What's the message that we should convey to the world? I fully subscribe to what you said. It's the painful issue indeed. It would require further reflections. But there are a couple of options here. On the one hand, it makes me sick that we don't have some uniform conceptual approach, at least at the level of the Ministry of Culture. You come to Paris, for instance, you open websites of galleries, and they would claim that they represent as the epicenter or the ground zero of world culture. Well, how come in Paris? But their attitude goes along with it, and funding helps them. And that makes all the other institutions, and even kids, like our colleagues mentioned at the creative studios, well, they subscribe to that. Second option. We want to convey to the outside world that we're indomitable, brave, and unbreakable. Be brave like Ukraine. We are incredible. Mottos like that. They might not coincide, those messages, but it's like a cloud of tags that is ready to have bridges between them. And the third option is a pure reality. Which contain the words spirituality, spirit, soul. Ukraine is an embodiment of this right now. When we came up with cyber-crafted soul, there was my desire to bring Ukraine's soul not only into physical reality, but even to the cyber meta universe. Soul, spirit, and spirituality. That's the message I try to convey. Ivan? Wow, you made me think about this. I was not even thinking about what you just said, because it brought up those memories from my childhood when I thought fashion is all about the message that is so straightforward and would come into the soul of every single one in the society. When WWD interviewed me on the eve of the invasion, do you have plan A or plan B? Would you leave the country? The war is coming. I said, the war? Come on. Nobody believes that. And then, day in and day out,
Можливості нашого відеопіару, задіяти всі платформи, всі
we have involved all the platforms and fashion publications to give interviews, to deliver podcasts. I've never gave so many interviews in English than in the first months of this invasion. Even in a short interview with Anna Winter, we reflected on this ongoing war, the war we live through every day. And you know what? Analyzing all that, the major message we try to convey is that we are the future of not only Ukraine, but of any adequate, reasonable person worldwide. We are their future. Why? Because currently the territory of this country and our armed forces, they defend the whole world from the worst terrorists the world have ever knew. So our message is, we are the future. We give the future as the gift to this world. Ira, you're not crying. Oh, no, I'm not. But how about you? We keep answering your questions all through that panel, but what about your impressions and feelings? Back in 2014, March 2014, we conducted Ukrainian Fashion Week. And then Crisis Media Center, Ivan, I'm talking to you now. We were invited to give interviews to foreign press, quite numerous at that time in Kyiv. Why? Because not only the revolution of dignity, but the beginning of this war, yeah. The war has started already. It was up in the air, and we came to this press conference, and they were curious about a lot of things, but among others, they asked us, what's the reason for you to carry out this fashion week when the country goes through revolution and the war? The war is on the doorstep of your country. And I said, you know what? We do this so that on the front pages of the European newspapers, you would not only print the pictures of the burning car tires, but also would tell those ignorant Europeans who have no idea why this revolution is both positive and legitimate. We want to demonstrate to them that Ukraine is a cool neighbor next door, the country full of creative, talented people, hard-working, cool, and all that. And now, what I think to myself all the time is that the message that the consolidated fashion industry could convey to the outside world goes beyond this word brave. Like Ivan said. Aspirations for the future. We're talented, we're spiritual, we are those without whom this world could not exist.
Така от в голові історія, яка ще не сформульована остаточно, але можете...
I mean, you caught me unawares. I haven't formulated the final thought just yet, but in Berlin, that I mentioned already, when organizers asked me, what would be your concept of your space? And I said in one word, optimism. That's the only concept we have. We trust in our future because we're resilient and optimistic. These are my thoughts, Katyusha. Thank you for answering candidly. When you said cool Ukraine, of course, when I talk to people, when I tell them that these are things that we create, they tell us, you are such a cool country. They tell me, you visit our country twice, 3 times a year, but now I'll tell everyone, visit this cool country. And the cool country, that includes brave and future and fashion and being optimistic. Well, they tell me, look, you're so cool, you keep working, in the time of war, you preserve your people. And I tell them, that's the whole country like me. So what we want to observe is an inflow of tourists, and we, the creative industries and the creative people of this country, we will offer them a very beautiful, welcoming atmosphere. That it's not just the pictures of shelled out towns that need to be rebuilt and reconstructed. Why? Because we're a cool part of this world. We are cool. Thank you for your attention. The victory is coming, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Oh, sorry. Do you have any questions to ask? A question to you, Irina. What does Fashion Week plan to do both in Ukraine and abroad? Well, you just told us what you did abroad, but what about Ukraine? Probably any secrets to reveal?
Yeah, I can share that information very briefly. Now, we are realizing now that the next season is not going to happen in Ukraine. I'm talking about Ukrainian Fashion Week. So we're reaching out to Ukraine, support Ukrainian fashion initiative yet again. We're not going to have as many countries this time around as we did the last. We're talking about Germany, Denmark, and the UK. These are the 3 countries that we're going to do our events in. And we all hope that we can actually do the Ukrainian Fashion Week in Kiev next September. Ukraine as a country, can it really set a trend? You obviously need a lot of support, on an institutional level as well, so all of you are individuals, as Irina and Ivan and Katya, you do a lot for the country. But is there something you want from the state, to help you out with? And the second question is, are you guys ready for the whole world to be wearing Made in Ukraine threads? Yeah, we started talking about this actually. Yes, we do need support of the state in order to make our products competitive. I mean, we need something to be done in the area of taxation for imported fabric.
рази дешевше, наприклад.
Because basically what happens is that European brands and global brands can source fabrics twice as cheap as we can. So we either need to have some domestic manufacturing of quality fabrics, just as they have in Italy and other countries, and we need a lot of investments. We've outgrown our kindergarten, proverbially speaking, so we need to grow beyond the existing borders, and we need support from the government. We need support from the state, for sure. I mean, it's not like, are we ready for the whole world to wear a Made in Ukraine label? We already are supplying the whole world with Made in Ukraine stuff, that are sold in the best stores and apparel shops all over the world. The stars of the biggest caliber choose Ukrainian wear, choose Ukrainian threads for their daily activities and for their custom looks. That's what we've been known for. We do that stuff already.
Скажіть, будь ласка, мабуть, це питання до пані.
This is a question to Irina.
Чи якось стимулюються нові або експериментальні напрямки моди?
What about experimental fashion trends, bio-fashion, bio-couture, novel materials? We all know that best designers the world over, they collaborate closely with the science, and they synthesize new materials, and they grow materials. Just as they grow bacteria and mushrooms and algae. Well, that's the question to Marina, in fact. She's a best fit for that question. I think in September 21 and in February 22, we managed to do, before the February 24, we managed to do our 50th Ukrainian Fashion Week season, and we had works presented on the podium that were partially grown from mycelium. Yeah, we work with algae. We understand what GMO is, what non-GMO is. So yeah, that is a part of our grow and design concept. And it really hurts me to see that this brand new industry that we could have been a leader in, and yet we're missing out on these opportunities. We could have been amongst the global leaders in this industry, but I mean, you can imagine how difficult it was to actually do something little in this area. There were more impediments, more obstacles than there were support from the government. So yeah, bio-design is something that we want to pursue, and despite all the circumstances, want to become a trendsetter, and that's what we're going to keep doing. This is a very serious question, and I actually heard you ask that question at a different panel. The panel manned by decision makers and policy makers. But yeah, this is a great question, and I just want to completely second what you just said. At this intersection of biology and design, new technologies are emerging, new ideas are being born, and Ukraine could be leading the way. Ukrainian scientists are pioneers. They know how to do stuff. They know how to do research.
Для нас там банани або апельсини там не дуже характерний продукт. І
I mean, I'm not even going to delve deep into what banana peels could be used for, or tangerine peels could be used for. And I'm talking about, you know, making fabric. But things like apples and grapes
є на півдні нашої
that we have in abundance,
який залишається після
and the flakes you get, you know, the leftover, you get the mash, in other words, that's a leftover of you know winemaking process is a resource, is something that could be used as a source material. It has already been done in the world.
наш конопляний
Now, our hemp production is growing. You know, the world seems to like the things we make out of hemp, and that has been a tradition of Ukrainian folk throughout history. Historical tradition to grow hemp and make things out of hemp. You know, great things could be made out of hemp. Yeah, I don't have anything to add, really. You know, our land is so fertile, and you know, we could have been merging waste recycling and science to create innovative products for sure. Yeah, I actually have a good answer for that question. The problem is this. As soon as a particular industry finds itself at an intersection of two different sort of areas of business, two different industries, what we experience is lack of coordination. You know, as soon as one industry finds itself at a crossroads, there's always seems to be an emergent problem of coordination. You know, who's going to drive that thing forward? Who's going to bring together a biologist, a physicist, a chemist, an economist, and you know, a banker to foot the bill?
Тут, мабуть, потрібен кластер і законодавчий кластер на систему.
Yeah, we definitely need a cluster and some kind of clustering system that is actionable, transparent, and easy to understand. Because a collaboration of scientists and farmers requires a lot of coordination. As you know, this is a very niche area and still requires a lot of research. And as in any research field, you have to do a lot of testing before you can come up with a ready product. And we don't have the infrastructure for that. So that's what we need. And we need more collaborations, collaborative projects with foreign scientists and research institutions from the UK and the US in particular, as these are the countries that are leading the way in this area. So we need to be thinking about this now, because we want the future of our country to be environmentally friendly, and we want our universities to train the cadre, to train the people to be able to work in this area. And I made a suggestion in Zhytomyr, where I hail from, to set up a biodesign department at a local university, and to which they said that they didn't have the resources to do it. So I came up with my own little bio design program, curricula training program, and you know we were growing mushrooms, we were growing teas, you know, we were culturing bacteria, we were making artificial leather made out of bacteria, we made fur out of grass, out of weed, you know, we made protective gear out of weeds from our for our soldiers, and some of these products are finding good use with our soldiers in the front lines. But you have to push for this, you know. Don't want to stay silent, and yeah, that's is the innovation I'm talking about. Something that can bring people together.
Одне слово скажу, все, одне, правда, що це називається
Yeah, this is research and development. We just don't have that culture in our industry.
Вітаю, дякую за цікаву дискусію.
Thank you. That's a great discussion. I have a question about digital fashion, and this is a question to Ivan and Katya. Do you guys have a digital development strategy? You know, virtual collections, stuff like that? What's your take on it?
Для мене це питання для нашого бренду актуальне.
Well, this is an important issue for us, and you know, we're working with two international companies on developing such a strategy. Because everyone found our Frall of Heart project very engaging. It's almost like NFT, you know, this is unique stuff. Every single embroidered heart is unique and it has its own number, and you can always check it on the website. So we're only getting our heads around how all these technologies work, but that's not something that we're going to pursue immediately as a brand, but we want to make sure that we are ready for it as soon as the time is right. Yeah, fully agree. Same exact story. You know, we had a lot of requests before the war. And you remember how, you know, before the war, it was all about sustainability. And you kind of embrace this idea, and you kind of want to run with it, and you think, okay, let me try mushroom leather, stuff like that. And then the war breaks out. And then you resort to basic things, like keeping your team safe, like providing your team with electricity. And I'm sure that at some point, when things get easier, I'm sure we'll be able to grow into this meta world.
Магазини не ставиться простір під сигналізацію, і ти розумієш, чи ти сама будеш ночувати, чи ти залишиш круг.
Right now is just so difficult, you see.
І зараз просто ми постійно стикаємося з такими проблемами.
Yeah. We just have to face these mundane problems on a daily basis that we just don't have any time, you know, just don't have a chance to delve deep into these novel concepts. Well, what I can say is that, you know, speaking of NFTs and stuff like that, you know, for our clients, NFTs as a digital entity is insufficient. They need to have a physical object that they want to own and get their hands on it, you know, because NFTs alone are not sufficient. I don't think we can ever delve into this full time. still a mystery to me, honestly.
Офлайн все одно.
Because offline world for us and other brands like Coat is important, you know, is just, you know, the ability to feel that fabric touch your skin is something you can never supplant. So, and in our segment, you know, there's a bit of a ritual that our customers have to go through because the price tag is pretty hefty. So a person wants a full experience, getting the care from the brand. You know, coming to our nice and cozy showroom, getting served some tea and coffee and some chocolate, or a bottle or a glass of champagne, and have some small talk, and then try out some of these new things, and then ultimately decide that they need to buy something that is very expensive. So in our segment, I think the meta universe will never be able to supplant the physical world. So for us, it's always a supplement. It's always an addition.
Ще таке питання. Я думаю, що Ірина може знає відповідь на це питання.
Here's another question for Irina.
Чи вдавалося вам за цей період цієї гідності, пантеону гідності на сьогодні?
Have you had a chance considering becoming a part of a meta universe of consciousness of Ukrainian people and do so by introducing systems and technologies like UN Habitat, for example? Creating investment passports for Ukrainians. Because this is really a prerequisite for success for any industry, not just fashion. So if you had a chance to consider this, have you considered this seriously? What's your opinion on this? It's hard to, you know, have an opinion on a matter that you have zero clue about. So let me disappoint you.
Я допоможу сектору, тому що я перед, власне, роботою в офісі
So, you know, before I joined the creative industry support office, I used to work for the investment support agency under auspices of the Cabinet of Ministers. And I have a lot of experience in dealing with investment passports. You have to understand that fashion industry is special. You know, one thing that's that you need to measure or assess before you get your investment passport is talent, which is an intangible thing. So how are you going to measure it? So, you know, when we first started out, we were working with all kinds of investors, you know, looking to invest into agriculture, infrastructure, energy, etc. And they always had the same question, what else have you got? And we would always tell them, guys, check out the fashion sector, because this sector is ready for advancement. You know, most businesses are well structured. You know, they operate according to best corporate governance standards that would be acceptable anywhere in the world. You know, and what matters for an investor? Profits do matter the most, right? But we also spoke about impact investment today at the other panel. And these are the investments that companies make to cover some of their social responsibility needs and requirements. So I've recently came back from an Istanbul Creative Forum, and that's where we discussed a lot of that stuff. So And basically what we found out is that there are companies willing and ready to invest in fashion sector because they realize that fashion sector is using sustainable materials, using local workforce, supporting different generations. So yeah, I actually have an interesting case study, but I'm not going to share it now. That's a matter of a whole different discussion. But anyway, yeah, these things are moving forward. Thank you very much, Liana. You just threw me a lifeboat there. And that's, I mean, I guess we need to have another meeting with you, Liana. I would just like to finish this up. It's about time. And just one last statement. Fashion industry is unlike any other industry because what it really is a balance between arts and business. And it is an industry that is able to generate huge added value. And fashion also demonstrates that the world is willing to learn more about Ukraine through Ukrainian fashion, through beautiful, emotion-inciting products, quality products. So, my friends, all the best to you, and I wish you all kinds of success as well, the rest of all of us, and I wish us victory.